Chapter 489. As long as one was in the magic world, they had already received the information that Noah had killed Welslana and Mekhl and had become the seventh God-slayer. However, no one knew what kind of authority Noah had obtained after killing these two gods. But there was no doubt that Noah had killed two gods, so he should have obtained two authorities. This level of speculation was still very easy to come by. After all, for a long time, every god-slayer could only usurp one of the powers of the disobedient god after killing it. Noah had killed two gods of disobedience at the same time, which meant that he had usurped two authorities. This matter had long been confirmed in everyone's mind. However, when dealing with Tony, Noah had used three abilities. He had summoned a tornado that was comparable to a natural disaster. He had obtained a speed that surpassed everything. The power was enough to split the mountains and rivers. 3 abilities. That's 3 authorities, right? Tony was more and more confused. Why do you have 3 authorities? ? Hearing this, Noah was about to answer, but Erica, who knew Welslana better than the idiot Tony, muttered to herself for a moment, and then spoke out her guess first. The Demon King of North America, John Pluto Smith, defeated the god of disobedience, named Tskatlibica, and usurped the authority called super transformation. That's the authority that allows one to transform into various forms and exercise the ability that can only be used in that form. Liliana seemed to have the same guess as Erica. And the undefeated god of war Welslana of ancient Persia also had the power to use 10 avatars and 10 abilities. To be able to use more than 3 abilities, the king should have usurped the authority similar to the Demon King of North America, right? The authority that summoned the tornado should be the power of the god King Mekhl. After all, the god king was the god of the sky who controlled the storm. Although Welslana had the avatar of the strong wind, he was not that strong and could not control the sky. But the king controlled the sky that day. Erica said. As for the authority of the super speed, it should be the power of Welslana's phoenix avatar and the bull avatar. Am I right? I've heard about the authority of the guy who lived in North America, but I never understood it. Tony scratched his head that could not store much energy and asked. Is it possible to get so many abilities from a god? It is possible, but it also means that there will be a lot of strict restrictions. Liliana answered Tony's question honestly. I heard that when the Demon King of North America uses the super transformation, not only does he need to offer a designated sacrifice for each avatar before he can use it, but after every avatar is used, he can't use it again for 7 days. If the king also usurped a similar authority from Welslana, then there will be various restrictions when and after using it, right? Erica smiled brilliantly as if she had great confidence in her statement. Although I don't know if the king has all 10 avatars of Welslana, the more avatars there are, the more restrictions there are. For example, the avatars can only be used under certain circumstances. After using them, they can't be used for a period of time. There might even be side effects. Oh, I see. You can do that? Tony was enlightened. Immediately after, he looked at Noah with excitement in his eyes. In other words, you have other avatars' powers that you haven't used yet? Seeing how Tony, Erica, and Liliana summarized his authority in such a short time, Noah was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Should he say that he was too smart for his own good? Never in their wildest dreams would the 3 of them have thought that Noah possessed not 2, but 1 authority. However, that was a foul authority that was born after fusing with Noah's own power. Whether in terms of power or practicality, it was comparable to 10 authorities. Of course, the 3 of them would never have thought that because of Noah's domineering physique, all the powers of Welslana and Mekhl were absorbed by him, eliminating all restrictions. Now, instead of saying that Noah was using his authority as a god-slayer, it was better to say that he was using his authority like a god of disobedience. After all, if these powers were his, of course, there would not be so many restrictions. Wasn't Welslana also able to use 10 avatars at will? Noah was in a similar situation. Well, that was good too. Since Doni, Erica, and Liliana all thought that Noah's authority was like that, Noah did not have to explain too much. Moreover, this was no obstacle to answering Doni's question. You're right. I still have many avatars that I haven't used yet. Noah admitted readily. I do have 10 avatars, and at least half of them have not been used yet. This sentence first made Erica and Liliana look at Noah differently. More than half of his avatars had not been used yet. More than half of his avatars had not been used yet, and he had defeated the King of Swords of Italy, who had even used his authority. If he were to use the rest of his avatars, how strong would the 7th God Slayer be? This person had just become a God Slayer less than 3 days ago. Doni's eyes flashed with the joy of a war-crazed warrior. Very well, then let's fight again. Let me see all of your avatars. As soon as this was said, the first one to react was not Noah, but Liliana. Please stop fooling around, Ching. Liliana shouted loudly, pointing at the TV as if she had lost control of her emotions. Look at what you've done. Why are you still fighting? Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned by Liliana's sudden shout. They looked at her with a strange expression on their faces. Lily, Erica said as if she had a headache. I know you're a righteous girl, but you don't care about anything when you're agitated. If possible, I really hope you can change a little. Only then did Liliana react. Her pretty face was flushed red, and she quickly bowed and apologized to the people around her. Only then did she get rid of the strange gazes of the people around her. Salba Lei Ching. Perhaps it was because she was too ashamed and angry. The way Liliana looked at Tony had become unscrupulous and had a murderous aura. If you continue to mess around, I'll inform Andre and ask him to take you back. Ugh. Doni was speechless. Forget it, we've already fought once anyway. It's better to leave the outcome of this battle to the next one. Anyway, my best friend is my lifelong opponent. I've already realized this kind of thing. If we're in a hurry to decide the outcome, it will make our lives boring in the future. After saying that, Doni's expression suddenly became cheerful, and he said to Noah, Oh, right. What do you plan to do next? If I remember correctly, you don't have anywhere to go, right? You rascal, you remember such unimportant things quite clearly. Noah's mouth twitched, and then he sighed and said snappily. Why? Is the King of Italy going to chase me out of his territory? How can that be? If you want to stay here, you're welcome. Doni said straightforwardly. Then, he rolled his eyes and chuckled. Actually, I have something here that I've been hesitating about whether to do or not. Since you're free, why don't you join me and join in the fun? When they saw the mysterious look on Doni's face, not to mention Noah, even Erica and Liliana instinctively became vigilant. Ching. Erica said bluntly. Don't tell me you're thinking of doing something that might lead to serious consequences again. Ching. Liliana also said righteously. If you're planning to do something again, I'll bet everything about Liliana Kranikar that I'll stop you. Well, don't be nervous, Doni said with a smile. I won't do anything. However, looking at Tony's smiling face, Noah, Erica, and Liliana all understood what was going on. This guy was definitely plotting something. Chapter 490. On the same day, Doni, Erica, and Liliana all said that they had to return to the hotel where almost all the heads of magic societies in Italy had gathered because of Doni's summons. The entire process from Doni's summons to Noah killing Welslana and Mekker to the battle with Doni seemed complicated, but in fact, it was only less than 10 days. In less than 10 days, Doni had been waiting in the hotel for Noah to become the God Slayer, and for Noah to come back and fight with him. And since Doni continued to stay in the hotel, the heads of the magic societies in Italy that had gathered because of Doni's summons naturally couldn't leave in a hurry. At the very least, no one had the guts to turn around and leave without the permission of the King of Swords. It was also because almost all the heads of the magic societies in Italy had gathered in the same hotel that Doni declared in a very high-profile manner that he wanted Noah to become the God Slayer, to fight with him. When the news of Noah's success in slaying the gods spread, the news of the birth of the seventh king spread all over Italy. If it weren't for the heads of the magic societies in Italy staying in one place and Doni's unusually high-profile declaration that attracted everyone's attention to Noah, the news of Noah becoming the God Slayer wouldn't have spread so quickly. Hence, while Paul, Andre, and the others were still at the hotel, Doni, Erica, and Liliana naturally had to return to the hotel first. On the way, Doni also forcibly brought Noah back to the hotel with him. Both Electra and Liliana were on full alert at this moment. The two girls didn't forget that Doni was planning to involve Noah in it. Italy had suffered losses of more than 15 billion euros because of Noah. If Doni, a simple-minded fool and troublemaker, was allowed to run around with the new king who had extraordinary strength, the world might really be doomed. Therefore, Erica and Liliana kept an eye on Noah almost the entire time, not giving Doni any chance to get close to Noah. Perhaps the two girls would continue like this until they returned to the hotel. Noah was speechless. Why were they all treating him like he was a troublemaker? Since Noah knew that he was too powerful, he would naturally pay attention to himself and not cause such exaggerated losses, right? Erica and Liliana simply treated Noah as a child who would be led astray by Doni. It was as though Noah would definitely mess around with Doni if they didn't keep an eye on him. How could Noah not be speechless? If it were any other time, Noah would have slipped away long ago after being watched like a prisoner. But since Erica and Liliana were watching him, Noah had no choice. After all, when he was in Sardinia, Noah relied on Liliana's spirit vision to know the true body of the god of disobedience that he had to kill. And because of Erica and Liliana's knowledge, after learning from the two girls that Welslana had the incarnation of the white horse, Noah thought of using the black tea to plunder this power and cause the final blow, allowing him to succeed in killing the god. If it weren't for Erica and Liliana, it was really unknown whether Noah could succeed in killing the god. In addition, Erica and Liliana saved Noah, who almost fell into the sea. After saving Noah's life, Noah didn't really escape and allowed the two girls to watch over him all the way back to the hotel. Kings. Kings. Greetings, kings. As soon as they returned to the hotel, the people in charge of the Italian magic associations who were still in the hotel all came out to greet Noah and Doni as if they were VIPs. Doni accepted it calmly, and Noah had no intention of correcting him. After admitting in front of Erica and Liliana that he had to deal with the god of disobedience as the god of disobedience, Noah was mentally prepared for this and naturally wouldn't correct the behavior of others who treated him like an emperor. In Noah's view, this was just a deal. If others worshipped Noah as their king, then Noah would deal with those gods when the god of disobedience caused trouble for these people. It was just a deal. And this was also the ultimate interpretation of the relationship between the god of disobedience and the related people in the magic world in this world. Not long after, Paolo and Andre walked out of the crowd. "Hey, Andre." Doni greeted Andre warmly. "My friend, I'm so happy to see you so energetic." "Don't call me that. You're a moving piece of trash. You're the most annoying scum." Andre scolded Tony as soon as he stepped forward. "I knew you would cause so much trouble. That's why I needed to stop you. But you tied me up and threw me into the inner room of the toilet. You're not human. Bastard." Upon hearing this, Noah, Erica, and Liliana finally understood what ridiculous things Doni had done in order to fight Noah. But if they thought about it carefully, it made sense. Knowing that Noah had become a god of disobedience, Doni couldn't wait to fight with Noah. It was impossible that Andre didn't know how much trouble a head-on conflict between the two kings would cause, and it was impossible for him not to stop it. But in the end, Doni tied Andre up, threw him into the inner room of the toilet, and then rushed out to look for Noah. At this moment, everyone, including Noah, looked at Andre sympathetically. Being the butler of such a troublemaker in human form, Andre would probably suffer from mental weakness, dementia, and depression for the rest of his life. How pitiful, Uncle. Erica bowed to Paul. Erica Browntree has returned safely. It's good that you're back. Paul looked at Erica with satisfaction. I've heard about your performance. If possible, I really hope you haven't heard about it, Uncle. Erica sighed. This time, I, Erica Browntree, didn't have the chance to be active at all. As expected, even the Lord is jealous of my talent and depriving me of the opportunity to express myself. Erica was as self-righteous as ever. This is your first time facing a real God. It's amazing that you can do this. I heard that you also saved the king. That's a great contribution, Paul comforted with a wry smile and nodded to Liliana. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Liliana. No. Liliana replied seriously. It's my duty as a knight. All in all, both of you performed well. Everyone can see that, so there's no need to compare. Besides, being able to witness and even assist in the birth of the seventh king is something that others can't even dream of. After saying that, Paul turned his head and looked at Noah. He performed a noble knight's salute, which he had never done before. I, Paul Browntree, send my greetings to the seventh king. My apologies. Compared to being angry at this idiot, greeting the new king is more important. Andre's expression tensed up as he bowed to Noah. King, please forgive my negligence. You didn't neglect anything, Noah waved his hand and replied casually. Although I'm called king by you, I've only been king for less than 10 days. In the eyes of other godslayers, I'm just a novice, a rookie, and a kid. There's nothing to worry about. No, you were able to successfully kill 2 of the highest level gods at the same time before becoming a king. After becoming a king, you directly defeated the King of Swords of Italy. The king's power is evident, Paul said solemnly and immediately smiled bitterly. So, I've seen your power and understood the king's power. I beg the king to show mercy while you're still in Italy. Hearing that, Noah smiled wryly. Paul must be referring to the so-called crater, right? As the commander-in-chief of Italy's leading magic association, Noah couldn't understand the fear of seeing a person who could create such a disaster at any time running around. Even the heads of the other magic associations around looked at Noah with awe and fear. They begged Noah to let go of the territory they were in charge of, which made Noah speechless. Is it necessary? Chapter 491. Late at night, at this time, except for some night owls who specialized in moving at night, most normal people had already fallen asleep. In an extremely luxurious room, Noah, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He got up, took his clothes down from an extremely luxurious hanger, put them on, and went to the window. Looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Noah's face couldn't help but soften. Even in Italy, the moon is so beautiful. Leaving these words behind, Noah walked out of the luxurious room. With the soft sound of the door closing, the entire room returned to a deathly silence. There was no longer any life in the room. At the entrance of the hotel where all the heads of the magic associations in Italy gathered, Noah slowly walked out of it. The streets were brightly lit. Even at night, the street lamps beside the road were still working tirelessly. Some of the buildings on both sides of the road had been completely turned off, but some, like the hotel, could still be seen through some windows, illuminating the entire dark world. Looking at the few vehicles driving back and forth on the road with their headlights on, Noah took a deep breath of the cold night air, turned around, and was about to walk in another direction when a voice sounded at the entrance of the hotel. It's so late, where are you going instead of resting in your room, Your Majesty? Erica and Liliana, who were dressed as neatly as Noah, appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Erica looked at Noah with her usual confident eyes while Liliana's expression was as solemn as a sculpture. However, both of them fixed their eyes on Noah and didn't leave him. Noah was puzzled. Why are you here? Of course we noticed that your majesty left the room, Erica said bluntly. Don't you know that Lily and I are living in the 2 rooms next to yours, your majesty? Is that so? Noah was even more puzzled. Then why are you living next to me? Your majesty, please don't ask a question you already know the answer to. How can we not look after Sarbarat when he wants to take you to do something stupid? Liliana sighed. We really don't want to see another disaster like the last one. Please forgive us, your majesty. I understand what you mean. Noah shrugged. That's why I left, isn't it? Erica and Liliana were both stunned and shocked. Left? Erica said in surprise. Your majesty, are you leaving this place? Hearing Erica's question, Noah asked in return. Is there a reason why I have to stay here? Erica was speechless. Although I don't know what that idiot is planning, with his brain capacity, he's probably planning something stupid that ordinary people can't come up with, right? Noah curled his lips. The last duel was because that idiot helped me slay a god, so I accompanied him. But this time, I don't want to continue accompanying him. Besides, Italy is also that idiot's territory, so it's normal for me to leave, right? Tony seemed to be planning to involve Noah in his plan. As for that idiot, not only would he not be discouraged if Noah beat him up, he would also be more than happy to draw his sword and fight with Noah. If Noah scolded him, with that idiot's personality, he would definitely do his own thing and would not listen to others' advice. In that case, Noah might as well leave. In that case, no matter what that idiot planned to do, it would have nothing to do with Noah and he wouldn't be involved in it. But Liliana couldn't help but step forward and ask hurriedly. Where do you plan to go? Upon hearing her words, Noah twitched his brows. Why? Do you intend to continue monitoring me? This time, even Liliana was at a loss for words. How could Erica and Liliana's little tricks hide from Noah? Even though they said that they were staying next to Noah's room to prevent him from getting involved in that idiot Tony's stupid plan, this also meant a certain degree of monitoring, right? After all, Noah had a tremendous power that could cause catastrophic losses even if he casually cast a spell. No one could feel at ease letting such a dangerous person wander around. It was due to this that Andre was around Tony, who also belonged to the category of dangerous people. Andre also had the role of monitoring Tony and preventing him from doing anything stupid that would lead to huge losses. It's not that I can't understand your concerns. I'm sure you will still be worried no matter what promises I make. But to be honest, if you treat me like a prisoner, you will only piss me off. That's not good, right? Noah crossed his arms and looked at Erica and Liliana. I don't want to be monitored everywhere. If you continue to be so unscrupulous, even though you are my saviors, I will consider learning from Tony and learning from him. I will tie you up and throw you into the toilet before leaving. The corners of Erica's and Liliana's eyes twitched at the same time and strong resistance surged on their faces. Not to mention Erica, who had great confidence in herself and always emphasized glamour. Even Liliana, who had always adhered to her knighthood, would probably pass out because of the excessive humiliation if she was tied up and thrown into the toilet, wouldn't she? As for resisting, it wasn't a matter of whether they wanted it or not, but whether they could. Not to mention how terrifying the authority of the seventh king of the God Slayer in front of him was, even before he became a God Slayer. In terms of swordsmanship alone, this man blocked the magic sword of Italy's King of Swords and easily defeated Liliana. Therefore, if Electra and Liliana resisted, Noah could have easily taken care of the two famous prodigies without using his authority, couldn't he? Kaching seemed to have said that you don't have anywhere to go, right? Erica changed the topic. Although I don't know what's going on, you just left like this. Do you have anywhere to go? It's true that I don't have anywhere to go, but that doesn't mean that I don't have anywhere to go. Noah shook his head and looked up at the sky again. Even without that idiot Tony, I would still leave this place. Why? Liliana asked subconsciously. Noah smiled calmly and said. Because I have something that I have to find. Noah had two purposes for coming to this world. The first purpose was to find a way to increase his strength, to at least increase Noah's own strength to the point where he could defeat Hades and protect his companions and family. Noah had already completed this purpose. After killing the undefeated god of victory and the king of gods in the Mediterranean Sea, he absorbed all the power of Wel's Lana and Mekhl and fused it with his own power, giving birth to the authority of the 10 incarnations, and becoming the God Slayer. Now, compared to before, Noah's strength could be described as earth-shattering. It was no longer the same. With his current strength, it wouldn't even take much effort to deal with Hades. Therefore, Noah could focus on completing the second purpose. Find the world fragment. No matter what the reason is, there's no need for me to continue to stay here. Noah spread his hands. So, let's part ways here. After that, Noah turned around, waved his hand at Erica and Liliana, and walked to the other side of the hotel. It's not bad to have someone to send me off before I leave. Looking at Noah's back gradually walking away, Erica and Liliana opened their mouths at the same time as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they chose to give up. They stared blankly in the direction where Noah left and did not speak for a long time. After leaving the hotel, Noah walked along the sidewalk that was still crowded even at night and walked forward aimlessly. Although I'm looking for the world fragment, the world hasn't given me any clues about the whereabouts of the world fragment. Where should I go to look for it? As he walked forward, Noah, who was thinking about this question, suddenly frowned after a while. He suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. On the opposite side of the street, a young girl slowly walked over. The moment he saw the girl, Noah's body suddenly straightened up without any reason, and his limbs were suddenly filled with strength. His body automatically entered a state of battle. Chapter 492. On the street where one or two people would pass by every once in a while, Noah's gaze met with the girl walking towards him, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become heavy all of a sudden. The girl suddenly stopped and stared at Noah's face. She was a very beautiful girl. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, and her height was only half of Noah's. She was a standard girl that people would think of as a child. However, such a girl not only had an angelic face, but also had a kind of beauty that ordinary people could not understand. It turned into a temperament that rippled around the girl's body, making the girl extremely eye-catching no matter how one looked at her. However, the passers-by who should have been distracted by the girl's beautiful figure didn't seem to be able to see her. Or rather, they didn't seem to be able to sense her existence. Even when they brushed past her, they continued to walk on their own, their footsteps not pausing for even a moment. It seemed that only Noah was able to discover the girl's existence. Thus, Noah saw the girl's appearance clearly. For example, the silver hair that was not too long or short, as if it had melted into the moonlight. Also, the pair of snake eyes that were as deep as the night, darker than Noah's eyes. That's right. It was the snake eyes. From the girl's eyes, Noah clearly saw that for a moment, the other party's eyes were like the eyes of a snake, and a flash of light in the night like the eyes of an owl. Looking at this incredibly beautiful girl, feeling that his body had entered a state of readiness for battle in an instant, filled with power, and entered a better state than when a human was stimulated by adrenaline, Noah could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, I can't stay idle. Why did his body suddenly have such a change? Because, Noah met an old enemy. He met the enemy of every God Slayer. God. To be more precise, it should be called the God of Disobedience. The God of Disobedience that appeared on the ground stared at Noah with eyes that seemed to condense the entire night. After a while, a very clear but emotionless voice sounded from her body. To be able to meet an enemy in such a place, this can be considered a karma between you and me, right? God Slayer and God of Disobedience. These two existences that surpassed human beings and were enemies of each other originally had an inseparable karma. At least, after becoming a God Slayer, no matter where Noah went, as long as he was still in this world, then he would be like a flower that attracted bees and butterflies, in a strange way that would make others feel inconceivable, wandering on the ground of this world, and meet the God that appeared on the ground of this world. This was fate. Therefore, the girl used the term karma. This concubine has indeed heard that there is an enemy in this land who possesses a demonic sword that can cut through everything. The girl stared at Noah intently, her voice lacking the basic uplift and without the slightest emotion. However, although you also have the aura of a sword, it is not as sharp, and it is mixed with the aura of other forces, and there is even an aura that I hate very much in it. You should not be the king of this world, right? What difference does it make whether I am or not? Noah met the girl's gaze and suddenly smiled. For me, your identity as the god of disobedience is enough, and for you, no matter where I am the god slayer, I am your enemy. You and I can't let each other have a good time. As long as you know this, is there a need to know anything else? Well said, arrogant people on the ground who see the gods as prey. Between you and me, it is enough to be able to recognize the enemy on the battlefield, and the rest is not important at all. The girl raised her chin, her face was still expressionless, but her pair of dark eyes showed a touch of arrogance and joy. As a goddess in charge of war, I also have a warrior's part in my body. If I can compete with my enemy, even I will feel a little excited. As she said this, the girl's silver hair, which was as soft as moonlight, began to move without wind, and her petite body began to emit traces of fog-like darkness, which actually made the surrounding lights slightly dim. Then, play with me, God Slayer. The pitch-black fog that emerged from the girl's body not only had the aura of darkness, but also a power that made Noah's hair stand on end. It was like a poisonous gas, giving Noah a feeling that he would die if he touched it, as if it represented death itself. This girl was definitely not as simple as she looked on the surface. No, it should be said that from the surface, it was absolutely impossible to understand what kind of power this girl had that made people's hair stand on end. However, there was no doubt that this girl's oppressive power, or divine power, was no weaker than Lana and Mekhl, who Noah had killed before. In other words, in terms of level, this girl in front of him was also a god of the highest level. However, for some reason, Noah's sensing ability seemed to capture something strange in the girl's aura. It was like a cake with a piece missing, which was out of place and very incomplete. Have you noticed this concubine's flaw? The girl's dark eyes flashed, as if she had seen through something, and cast her gaze on Noah. To be able to sense that I lack a snake, God Slayer, you are not simple, but even if I am not complete now, I still have the power to compete with my enemy. Not complete? I see. This goddess who came from nowhere did not seem to be in a complete state, so she gave Noah a feeling of incompatibility. In other words, even if this goddess in front of him was a god of the highest level, before she recovered her complete state, her power would definitely not be as strong as Lana and Mekhl at full power, right? With this thought in mind, Noah immediately relaxed a lot. He looked around and found that there were still pedestrians around them. When he saw that they were approaching, he looked at the girl. It's not easy to fight here, let's change a place. There's no need for that. The young girl frowned and looked around. If you feel that the surrounding humans are too much of a hindrance, then let me use my death word spirit to eliminate them all. After saying this, the dark fog on the girl's body suddenly rose and spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Noah narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. I'm sorry, although I don't know what you are planning to do, I said to change a place, so I have to change a place. I don't mean to ask for your permission. As he said this, in the depths of Noah's heart, the outline of the stone plate connected to the 10 avatars suddenly turned and pointed to the image of a phoenix spreading its wings. Fear those with wings. Evil people and strong people, all fear me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse, and evil people will not be able to hit me. As if it came from the distant horizon, the voice turned into an echo, echoing under the night sky. Then, the girl only saw Noah's figure suddenly disappear, and in the next moment, a hand quickly enlarged in front of her eyes. The girl's dark pupils abruptly shrank for no reason. However, it was already too late for him to react. In the girl's eyes, the hand that enlarged in front of her suddenly grabbed her throat and lifted her up. Shortly after, the girl heard the sharp sound of the wind blowing past her ears. That was the sound of Noah, who had entered the state of lightning speed, directly lifting the girl up and leaping up. Like a phantom, his body turned into a flash of light and flew towards the sky. When Noah used the Phoenix avatar, not only could he obtain a speed that surpassed everything, his body would also become abnormally light, and his agility and jumping ability would be greatly improved. If there was someone at the scene, then, he would be able to see that Noah, who had turned into a phantom, flashed past like a stream of light and grabbed the girl's neck. Then, he soared into the sky, like a meteor streaking across the sky, and fell in another direction. It was only 2 or 3 seconds. In the next moment, the girl felt the hand that was choking her neck fiercely throw her to the ground. Bang! A muffled sound resounded through the sky. Chapter 493. Whoosh! With a sharp piercing sound, a petite figure shot down from the sky like an arrow leaving the bow, smashing directly into the ground without any reduction in momentum. Bang! In the muffled sound, the petite girl smashed into the ground, stirring up a burst of thick smoke and scattered gravel, causing the falling gravel to make a burst of pa-pa-pa sound. Bang! However, in the next moment, the smoke and dust that filled the air from the ground was blown away by a burst of dark wind like an explosion, revealing the situation inside. The girl, whose whole body was fluctuating with a deep mist-like darkness, stood in the middle of the dark wind without the slightest injury, but her eyes were slightly hazy as she looked forward. Noah, who had appeared in front of the girl out of nowhere, looked around as if there was no one around and nodded in satisfaction. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to come here again, but I didn't expect that I would use this place as a battlefield for the second time. However, it seems that this place is really suitable. Only then did the young lady react as she surveyed her surroundings. Soon after, she discovered that she was in a terrifyingly huge pit. The giant pit was quite wide, at least more than a kilometer in size. The inside of the giant pit was filled with scattered debris and gravel of various buildings. The ground was slowly cracking like a spider web, as if something was about to drill out from the ground, which made one's hair stand on end. Impressively, it was the giant pit caused by the battle between Noah and Tony. No one will come here again. Even if there is, no one will come to this barren place at night. Noah looked straight at the girl and shrugged. Don't you think it's good to use this place as a battlefield? The girl did not answer Noah's teasing words, but stared at Noah for a while and suddenly said. Some time ago, I felt that there was an unusually strong curse power in this place. I was originally looking for a snake, but I became interested. With the idea that it's not bad to go a little further, I came here. That was why Noah had coincidentally met the god of disobedience in Rome, Italy, who had blended into the crowd. Now that I think about it, the only ones who could create this place, other than us gods, are you, god slayers. The girl's eyes flashed. King of god slayers, is this temporary battlefield created by your power? Like I said, that kind of thing is not important at all. Noah slowly withdrew his sloppy expression and said calmly. I'm sorry. Although I have no enmity with you, since you've become a god slayer, and judging from your behavior just now, you don't seem to care about the lives of humans. In order to prevent you from causing unnecessary trouble, I'll have to ask you to leave. A strong curse power burst out from Noah's body, like a burning flame, rising from Noah's body, causing Noah's coat and clothes to flutter without any wind. After all, the people here serve me as their king. As a deal, I've already decided to take care of you, god of disobedience, for them. Seeing Noah's body constantly fluctuating with curse power, the girl finally smiled. Her smile was unusually happy. She looked exactly like Tony. The girl was also happy for the upcoming fierce battle. Amazing power. Only with such power can you be qualified to be a god's enemy and have the ability to wield your sword and kill us gods, the girl said with joy from the bottom of her heart. However, God Slayer, there's one thing you're wrong about. It's not that we have no enmity. You're the king of god slayers, and I'm a god. We're enemies, don't forget this. Thank you for reminding me, Noah's eyes gradually narrowed. Then, let's begin. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere in the huge pit suddenly exploded like a volcanic eruption. Just when Noah was about to make his move, the girl's face suddenly stiffened. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the other side of the night sky. This feeling, seeing the girl suddenly turn her head and look in another direction, the oppressive aura on her body suddenly stagnated and showed signs of decreasing. Noah frowned. "What are you doing?" The girl ignored Noah and just stared blankly at the other side of the night sky. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Noah. The mist-like darkness on her body shrank back into her body. "What's your name?" "Didn't I say that it's not important?" Noah's brows furrowed even tighter. "If you want to know before you're willing to fight, then it's fine to tell you. My name is Noah Doria." "Noah Doria?" The girl repeated the name a few times as if she wanted to remember it. Then, she nodded. "Let's leave this battle for later." Noah was stunned. "Although running away from the battlefield is beneath the dignity of a goddess, I am the goddess of war. Running away and retreating is also an important part of war. Regrouping is definitely not something to be laughed at," the girl said with an emotionless voice. "Moreover, I have to admit that at this time, even if I fight you, I will most likely lose before I retrieve the snake. That is a loss of composure that I cannot allow. So, let's wait for me to recover my complete Trinity form before we fight again." After saying that, the girl's petite body was gradually covered by a layer of darkness that emerged from the ground. Only a pair of dark eyes stared straight at Noah, rippling with dense darkness. "Finally, let me tell you my name. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war who appeared here in order to retrieve the snake that was lost in ancient times. I am also the queen of the gods who had obtained everything in the past and lost everything in the end. Noah Doria, don't forget the name of your enemy. Wait here for the arrival of Athena the disobedient." After leaving these words, the girl who called herself Athena was finally covered by the thick darkness and completely disappeared. Noah could only look in the direction where Athena disappeared in astonishment, his expression becoming extremely interesting. Athena? Athena, one of the most famous Olympian deities in Greek mythology. The goddess of wisdom and war. Like Pandora, Athena was the most famous goddess that everyone was familiar with. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the most famous goddess. Although this goddess who called herself Athena appeared in the form of a small dot like Pandora, the aura of the highest god on her body made Noah believe that this was the case. Moreover, for a god, their name was equivalent to a part of their power. This was because the essence of a god came from mythology, and the most basic factor that formed a myth was naturally their name. Therefore, as long as a god was a god, they would either not report their name, or once they reported their name, they would never report the wrong name. This was certain. But if the other party was really Athena, then it would be troublesome. One must know that Athena was not only the most famous goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology, but also the goddess of war who ruled over war. Her father was the king of the gods in Greek mythology, Zeus. Her mother was the primitive goddess of wisdom, Metis. No matter which one, they were extremely famous gods. Do I have to meet such a famous god every time? Noah's frown deepened. Moreover, she said that she was the queen of the gods who had obtained everything and lost everything in the past. She also said that she was incomplete and had lost the snake. What is this snake? Also, what is the form of the Trinity? The more Noah thought about it, the more puzzled he became. It could not be helped. Although Athena was super famous, she was only famous in name. As for the core of the myth that formed Athena, if one did not really study it, it would be impossible for most people to know about it. With this thought in mind, Noah closed his eyes slightly and fully activated his sensory ability, bringing everything around him into his control. The entire range of his sensory ability was clearly reflected in Noah's mind, giving Noah pieces of information and information. Not long after, Noah felt a trace of aura. He opened his eyes and used the phoenix incarnation. His body was like a phantom, like a mirage, and disappeared. Chapter 494. When the sky was bright again, Noah had re-entered the city and came to a restaurant. This was a small restaurant that was not very luxuriously decorated. It was a small restaurant that belonged to the general public. It was not very high-end. Even ordinary civilians could order food here without any scruples. Now, the sun had just risen, and there were only a few customers in the restaurant. They seemed to be office workers who were rushing to work and were eating breakfast here. However, these people were not in a hurry. They were all wearing casual clothes and eating breakfast with a leisurely look. At this time, these people were eating breakfast leisurely while watching a TV placed in the restaurant. The TV was broadcasting the news. Moreover, it was the same as yesterday. The news reported that a meteorite had hit the Italian capital, Rome, causing a huge crater and a huge loss of more than 15 billion euros. Noah helplessly looked at the news that had been reported countless times. He immediately walked into the restaurant, found a seat, and sat down. The waitress who came out to greet him was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. If Noah did not understand Italian, he might be troubled at this time. Unfortunately, Noah was very proficient in the languages of the world. Not to mention speaking, even writing was not a problem. Moreover, after becoming a God Slayer, Noah also gained a very special ability. It was a special ability that all God Slayers had. It was called 1,000 Languages, and it allowed people to learn the secrets of magic in any language in just a few days. It was a secret technique that could only be learned by magic experts who had studied magic for many years and had comprehended the profound meaning of the spirit of language. Once one became a God Slayer, this secret technique of 1,000 words would be engraved into the body of the God Slayer instinctively. Others may spend a lifetime to understand magic, but once a God Slayer succeeds in killing a god and reincarnates, they can automatically learn magic. This made Noah wonder how many times he cheated. However, thanks to this ability, at least in the future, Noah did not have to worry about language problems, even if he went to a world that was not set in modern times. As such, to Noah, the problem of language did not exist anymore. So, Noah quickly ordered a cup of coffee to wake up his slightly tired mind because he didn't sleep all night. He looked at the menu and ordered spaghetti and a sandwich. The spaghetti and sandwiches were freshly made, and so was the coffee. It was said that pouring a large amount of sugar into the coffee was the way Italians drank coffee. It was said that the taste of coffee would be very strong, sweet, and fragrant. Back in Sardinia, Erica had said more than once that it had to be drunk this way to taste good. However, Noah preferred to drink black coffee without any sugar. Noah didn't like things that were too sweet. Instead, he had a special liking for salty flavors. In addition, the refreshing effect of black coffee was even more obvious. Therefore, when he drank coffee, Noah drank black coffee directly. In the beginning, he had tasted a lot of bitterness, but after getting used to it, Noah felt that compared to the sweet coffee, the black coffee tasted better. In fact, this was also because of Qing Zi's influence. In the world of Night of the Magicians, when they were still living in the manor house, although Yu Zhu would make black tea for them every day, and Qing Zi also liked to drink black tea very much, whenever there was an important magician job that needed to be done, Qing Zi would drink black coffee. During that time, Noah was still learning rune magic in Yu Zhu's manor house. Qing Zi, who had to check the barrier at night, said that Yu Zhu didn't like to drink black coffee, so she forced Noah to drink black coffee with her. It was during that time that Noah gradually got used to the taste of black coffee. He was poisoned by Qing Zi. By the way, Qing Zi herself didn't like to drink black coffee. She only drank black coffee to work more efficiently at night. She forced Noah to drink with her, most likely because Qing Zi wanted to mess with Noah. In the end, Qing Zi didn't expect that in the end, Noah actually got used to the black coffee and even drank it with relish. Yu Zhu, who happened to see this scene, was surprised that Noah was much more mature than Qing Zi, which made Qing Zi's face as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, men who knew how to drink black coffee were more mature and steady men, and Qing Zi admitted this point honestly. Of course, Qingzi wasn't the kind of person who would give up easily. Qingzi, who couldn't use black coffee to mess with Noah, somehow found out that Noah didn't like to eat sweet things. After that, she bought all kinds of desserts in disguise and forced Noah to eat with her, which really made Noah work hard for a period of time. After that, one day, Noah heard a scream from Qingzi's room that resounded throughout the manor house. After that, Noah found out that because Qingzi had been eating all kinds of desserts in disguise, she seemed to have gained a lot of weight because of the excessive calorie intake. Therefore, people like Qingzi were the type of people who harmed others would eventually harm themselves. Noah couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the past. He finished the black coffee in his hand, and after ordering another cup, he began to ponder while munching on his sandwich. Following Athena's scent, Noah came to this place. However, he didn't know if it was because the sun had risen, but the dark scent on Athena's body that he had been able to sense suddenly disappeared, which made Noah unable to continue tracking her. However, Noah was certain that Athena was in this city. There was no mistake about it. If he wanted to find Athena, it would be a real game of hide and seek. At least I know that the goddess is nearby. That's good enough, Noah muttered to himself. Moreover, since she's the god of disobedience, she will cause trouble sooner or later. I'm not afraid that I can't find Athena. I just don't know why Athena suddenly left last night. Athena was the goddess of wisdom and war. Excluding the aspect of wisdom, as a goddess of war, Athena was much more powerful than Ares, who was also a god of war. After becoming the god of disobedience, it was not impossible for her to sink into the fanaticism of battle and war. She would definitely not give up on battle suddenly. Unless Athena had discovered something important. Maybe it's the snake that the goddess has been looking for. Noah finished the sandwich in his hand and ate the spaghetti. Although I don't know what's going on, I can confirm that Athena is incomplete. Unless I find that so-called snake, even if Athena is the highest god, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat her. If this sentence was heard by others, they would probably laugh bitterly. For humans, there was no way to defeat a god. Even the weakest god could only be sealed and not killed. As the highest goddess, even if Athena lost a part of her power, she still couldn't be weak. Even the god slayer couldn't defeat her. Noah said that it wouldn't be difficult for Athena to defeat the god slayer, which didn't sound like a god slayer who was born less than 10 days ago. But Noah's physique was so foul. He absorbed the power of the highest god, the god of victory, and the king of gods, and combined them with his own power to derive the power of the 10 incarnations. Noah's power leap was too exaggerated. It was not an exaggeration to say that he reached the heavens in a single bound. So, the real foul was Noah's physique. Compared to this overbearing physique, Noah's power was nothing. At this moment, the door of the restaurant opened, and 2 people wearing black cloaks walked in from the outside and sat in the corner. These 2 people dressed so suspiciously came to the restaurant, but they didn't attract any attention at all. Only the waiter staggered over as if he was sleepwalking and accepted their orders with blank eyes. Noah, who noticed this scene, raised his eyebrows without batting an eyelid. Magicians? The 2 suspicious black-cloaked people were 2 magicians. They seemed to have used some kind of magic to make the people around them unable to notice them. They also used a hypnotic magic to control the waiter and order the food. Whether it was their disguise or their actions, it was too suspicious. If they didn't want to be noticed, they could have just changed their disguise. Was it necessary to do this? Noah, who felt very suspicious, began to pay attention to the 2 black-cloaked people. Chapter 495. In the presence of 2 very suspicious black-robed men, the office workers in the restaurant were still watching TV and eating breakfast, and they didn't realize that there were 2 aliens among them. The 2 aliens seemed to have said something to the waiter with blank eyes, and then the waiter staggered away again, probably in this state to prepare food for the 2 black-robed men. Then, the 2 black-robed men talked to each other as if there was no one else around. The people from the headquarters should be almost here, right? If they rushed here overnight, they should be here soon. In this case, we can finally excavate the ruins. I don't know what's in the ruins, but there's a huge curse power gradually condensing in it, that's for sure. Such a huge curse power, maybe it can lead to the appearance of the god of disobedience. If that's the case, then this time the harvest is big. With the power of the god of disobedience, we must teach those formal magic societies a lesson. Fortunately, the incident with the crater attracted the attention of the magic societies in Italy away from us. That's how we were able to successfully hide from the spies of the magic societies and excavate the ruins. I heard that it was the duel between the two kings that caused the crater. TSK, sure enough, the God Slayers are a group of monsters. Forget it, if the excavation of this ruins is successful, maybe we can borrow the power of the god of disobedience, then even if those formal magic societies ask for help from the God Slayers, we will have the power to fight. Yes, let's finish our meal quickly and go back to the ruins. After the above conversation, the two black-robed men sat there quietly, chatting about some unimportant things while waiting for the dishes to be served. After the waiter staggered and served some dishes with blank eyes, the two began to eat. On the other side, Noah, who clearly heard the conversation between the two black-robed men, pondered slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the two black-robed men in front of me should be magicians from some evil magic society, right? After all, they just said the words, formal magic society, which proves that they are not a formal magic society. A person's evil thoughts were limitless, not to mention a person with power. Just like how in the world of fairy tale, there were universal magic and forbidden magic like our system, there were also some extremely taboo magic in this world. The only ones who could use this taboo magic without any scruples were those evil magic guilds who were rejected by the orthodox magic guilds. According to the words of these two evil magicians, the society they belong to seems to have found a ruin, and it is very likely to attract the god of disobedience. Because of the duel between Noah and Tony, all the magic associations in Italy were now focusing on the shocking crater, which led to the discovery of this ruin by the evil magic associations. They planned to take advantage of this opportunity to excavate the ruin. Could it be that Athena suddenly left last night because of the appearance of this ruin? Noah's heart jolted. He raised his head and cast his gaze towards the two black-robed men. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. After the meal, the two evil magicians dressed in black robes walked out of the restaurant and entered the street as if there was no one around. There was a faint fluctuation of magic on their bodies. The two black-robed men used the magic of invisibility that could make ordinary people unable to detect them. They reduced their sense of existence to the lowest level, and no one would notice them. They walked on the street in a dignified manner. After a while, they turned into an alley. The next moment, the fluctuations of magic on the two black-robed men changed, and a magic circle spun under their feet. Duh! Amidst the loud stomping sounds, the two black-robed men suddenly soared into the sky like birds. Then, as if they were directly stepping on air, they leaped forward and forward in a certain direction. That is the magic of jump. For a full 10 minutes, the two black-robed men used the magic of jump to continuously jump in a certain direction. Because they didn't need to take a detour, and because they had amazing jumping ability, the speed of the two men was faster than the average car. It didn't take long for them to jump into a remote wilderness. And the two black-robed men who jumped into this remote wilderness abruptly disappeared without a trace. Wang! Almost at the same time, Noah, who was like a phantom, quietly appeared at the place where the two black-robed men had disappeared amidst the vibrations of space and atmosphere. He furrowed his brows slightly, closed his eyes, and activated his sensing ability. After a while, his furrowed brows relaxed. Barriers? Within the range of Noah's sensing ability, a large part of the wilderness in front of him was covered by several boundaries. Concealment barrier, repelling barrier, and blocking barrier. A total of 3 barriers, quite a big deal. The concealment barrier can isolate the inside and outside of the barrier, so that the people outside can't see anything inside the barrier, only the wilderness. The repelling barrier can give everyone within 100 meters of the barrier a hint of leave and do not approach, making it impossible for ordinary people to come close. The blocking barrier can isolate all sounds, auras, and even the fluctuations of curse power. No matter how big the change is inside, the people outside will not be able to detect it. These three barriers are very common types of barriers, but they are also the most commonly used type of barriers. Thus, Noah, who had lived with Qingzi and Yuzhu for quite some time, and had even gone to Yuzhu's library, was able to easily identify these three barriers. Immediately, Noah opened his eyes, and suddenly smiled. To need to set up three such cautious barriers, I don't believe that the so-called ruins are not here. After saying that, Noah directly walked forward. It's a pity that spells and whatnot are useless against the God Slayer. After saying that, Noah directly stepped forward, and broke into the barrier. Buzz! In the next moment, the barrier that was touched by Noah suddenly shook. It was like the surface of water that was rippling, but also like boiling water. It kept fluctuating. Under the direct impact of the God Slayer's body, which has the ability to resist curse power, the three large barriers were disturbed without any suspense. Bang! Then, in a muffled sound, the three barriers broke at the same time. Then, the scene that appeared in front of Noah completely changed. First of all, the boundless wilderness disappeared and turned into a rocky land. In the middle of the rocky land, there was a passage that led to the underground. At the end of the passage, there was a huge stone door that had been opened. In this rocky area, a large group of magicians in black robes were doing all sorts of work. Some were using magic to excavate the surrounding land, some were transporting rocks and soil, some were conducting research on the massive stone gate, and some were even going in and out of the gate. The appearance of Noah and the destruction of the barrier naturally made everyone present turn pale with fright. Who is it? Who am I? In front of all the magicians dressed in black robes, Noah spread his hands. What I can be sure of is that you are definitely not good people. As soon as his voice fell, the magicians present finally reacted. Kill him. Don't let him spread the news here. Attract the attention of the official magic association. It was not known who shouted, but after that, all the magicians' bodies rose with curse power, and looked at Noah with murderous eyes. Seeing this, Noah raised his eyebrows, and just as he was about to do something, two sounds echoed in the air. You actually want to use a curse on the king, there should be a limit to your ignorance. Despicable person. Who allowed you to point your sword at the king? Accompanied by these two delicate shouts, two beautiful figures landed in front of Noah, like knights protecting Noah, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Noah behind them, majestically facing everyone in front of them. The newcomers, one was wearing a red and black outfit with a face full of confidence and power, while the other was wearing a blue and black outfit with a stern and serious expression. They were none other than Erica and Liliana. Chapter 496. Looking at the two knights who suddenly appeared in front of him, Noah was a little surprised. Why are you here? Why? Erica spat out a powerful voice that reminded one of a lion's without turning her head. The corners of her mouth also curled up slowly. Although it's okay to answer you now, it's rare for us to make such a grand entrance. Why don't we let the clown back down first? Please wait for a moment. Liliana closed her eyes for a moment before opening them abruptly. It's not up to you to deal with a group of despicable evil magicians. Facing a group of magicians who had the absolute advantage in numbers and were at least dozens of times their number, both Erica and Liliana appeared to be at ease and didn't panic at all. It wasn't because they were backed by the 7 god-slaying kings in the world, but because they were confident that they could absolutely defeat the enemies in front of them. Erica Browntree. Liliana Kranikar. The two prodigies of Italy's Red Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross were going to show off all of their powerful strength and strong hearts here, proving that they were not just pretty on the surface. Looking at how Erica and Liliana were at ease and didn't take them seriously at all, many irregular evil magicians were infuriated. However, some of them also heard Erica and Liliana's words and couldn't help but waver. King. Did they just say, king? Could that man be? Without giving the group of magicians time to react, Erica and Liliana's slender bodies spurted out an extremely impressive amount of spell power, bathing their bodies in spots of dim light brought about by the waves of spell power. Steel Lion and Lionheart King, as my ancestor, please listen to the oath of Knight Erica Browntree. I am the successor of the Horn Flute, the descendant of the Black Warrior. If my heart doesn't yield, my sword won't break. Lionheart King, the essence of struggle is now in my hands. The time for the duel has come, Lionheart King, my wings, the steel that forms the phantom blades, Grandmaster Silversmith, grant me strength. Melodious words echoed from the two girls' mouths like a symphony. Wang! Two magic arrays, one red and one blue, immediately appeared in front of Erica and Liliana's outstretched palms. In the next moment, two cold weapons appeared in the center of the magic array and fell into the hands of the two girls. What fell into Erica's hand was a long sword as slender as a western sword and as sharp as a knight's sword. It was a famous weapon called the Lion King's Heart, which was Erica's only weapon and favorite sword. What fell into Liliana's hand was a silver-white military knife. It was called the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman, and it was a weapon that was no less valuable and powerful than the Lion King's Heart. It was said that the Lion King's Heart and the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman were originally a pair of magic swords. Their former owner was a paladin who stood at the top of Italy and was no less powerful than Paul in terms of power and status. Erica and Liliana had each inherited the pair of weapons since they were young, allowing the two famous magic swords to shine in their hands. It was unknown whether it was the person or the sword that was famous, but when the evil magicians saw the Lion King's Heart and the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman, they all clamored. You're Erica Brantley and Liliana Kranjkar. Oh. Erica narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face became a little dangerous. I didn't intend to reveal my name to the shady clown, but since you've recognized me, I'll take care of you beautifully since you have such good taste. While Erica was making a declaration before the battle, Liliana had already spun the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman in her hand, and the tip of the sword pointed downward. With a slight air-piercing sound, she stabbed the silver military knife into the ground with a swish sound. Mother who gives and takes life, give me the beacon of the dark land. The spirit of the language turned into power, causing the spell power around Liliana to surge into the ground through the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman that was stabbed into the ground. Plop! Like the surface of the water with a stone thrown into it, the ground rippled slowly with the sound of water, sweeping across the numerous magicians who were still in panic. Then, the ground suddenly turned soft as if it had turned into a swamp. The magicians standing on the ground felt their heels stick, and their bodies sank into the ground. What's this thing? Is it the magic that turns the ground into a bottomless swamp? Despicable witch! Hurry! Use counterattack magic. Seeing this, Erica smiled coldly. Unfortunately, it's too slow. With that, Erica tossed the Lion King's Heart into the air. The sharp longsword abruptly pierced into a magic formation that rippled out above her head. The Lion King's Heart, bestowing upon the Steel Lion the mission to tear, pierce, crush, defeat, annihilate, and triumph. I entrust you to this battlefield. The Lion King's Heart that was pierced into the center of the magic formation sank into the magic formation. As if intending to take its place, as the sharp longsword plunged into the magic formation from the bottom, a gigantic steel lion emerged from the top of the magic formation as if it had just broken through the ground. It stood on top of the magic formation and leaped forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the giant steel lion suddenly fell to the ground. Roar! The huge steel lion raised its head and roared. Then, like a bullet fired from a gun, it pounced toward the magicians who were stuck in the ground. Ah! Cries of agony resounded in the air above the rocky ground for a long time. Ah! As the last magician let out a sorrowful cry under the bite of the steel lion, the battle came to an end. Hum. The steel lion emitted crimson light, and its body began to disintegrate into a silver-white longsword. It flashed in the air and returned to Erica's hand. As expected, the battle was one-sided. The magicians, who were dozens of times more powerful than them, were like the most vulnerable ordinary people in front of Electra and Liliana. In less than 10 minutes, they were all felled by Electra's Lion King's heart and Liliana's Silver Master Craftsman. Looking at the black-robed people lying on the ground, Noah, who was waiting on the side with his arms crossed, sighed. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked grumpily at Erica and Liliana who were walking toward him. Now, can you tell me why you're here? Huh? Erica smiled mischievously. I think His Majesty should have guessed it. We used tracking magic and followed His Majesty here, Liliana answered Noah's question solemnly and lowered her head. I'm really sorry for tracking His Majesty without His Majesty's permission. But His Majesty, we had no choice. Noah curled his lips as he looked at the two young ladies in front of him who spat out different words but had the same matter-of-fact expression without the slightest hint of regret or guilt. In other words, you're still worried about letting me wander around Italy, so you chased after me and decided to keep an eye on me, right? Erica and Liliana immediately looked at each other. If we say no, I don't think His Majesty will believe us. So, we don't intend to hide it. That's one of our purposes, Erica said with a sweet smile. However, that's not important. What's important is that we feel that although you're not as uninterested in things other than fighting as Sarbatlii, you should need someone like Andre by your side. Please let us follow His Majesty. Liliana said solemnly. With the reputation of Bronze Black Cross on the line, Liliana Kranikar will definitely protect His Majesty. Erica and Liliana knelt on one knee at the same time and performed the knight salute, waiting for Noah's decision. Staring at the two girls, Noah sighed. What's going on? Chapter 497. Alim. After a while, Noah told Erica and Liliana about how he met Athena last night, followed her here, discovered those evil magicians and came to this ruin. After understanding the whole story, Erica and Liliana fell silent almost at the same time. They looked at the evil magicians lying on the ground with hostility in their eyes. What a loss of composure, Liliana expressed her inner emotions directly. Although the losses caused by the battle between the two kings made the magic societies in Italy focus most of their attention on the crater, which is why they didn't discover the petty tricks of these despicable people, none of the magic societies discovered the situation here. It's really a loss of composure on the part of the magic societies in Italy. There's nothing we can do about it, Lily, Erica analyzed calmly. After all, Italy is basically controlled by various magic societies in secret now. Even if there were any ruins, they would have basically discovered them. Who would have thought that there would be undiscovered ruins hidden in this place? Or maybe someone discovered it, but didn't explore it, right? Noah made sarcastic remarks as if it had nothing to do with him. Although they are all magic societies in Italy, there is also a hostile relationship between the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross. It's impossible for all the magic societies in this country to be united. This ruin might have been discovered by some magic society, but in order not to attract the attention of other magic societies, they haven't found the opportunity to explore it. Noah glanced in the direction of the ruins. To put it simply, it's possible that some magic society has been hiding this ruin because they want to monopolize it and wait for the opportunity to explore it. In the end, it was discovered by these evil magic societies during this sensitive period, right? Erica sighed. It's not impossible. Upon hearing that, Liliana furrowed her brows subtly, revealing a trace of helplessness and irritation on her face. Liliana's personality was too straightforward, which could be said to be the most standard type of knight. Therefore, Liliana generally wouldn't get involved in complicated matters such as conspiracy theories. It could be said that in terms of talent in swordsmanship and magic, Liliana wasn't inferior to Erica at all. However, Liliana didn't have the temperament and qualities of a social lady at all. That was why Liliana had been toyed with by Erica since she was a child. Liliana could also understand the various speculations of Noah and Erica, but it was difficult for her to participate in the discussion. The only thing Liliana could do was to express her feelings without hiding anything. Hence, Liliana said as if she was having a headache. I didn't expect that even a goddess like Athena would appear and look for the snake. If she finds the snake, when she regains her identity as the Queen of the Trinity, even the king would have a hard time dealing with her. Indeed. Erica also furrowed her brows cutely. It's fine if it's an ordinary Athena, but this Athena actually has the possibility of recovering her identity as the Trinity. That's really a terrible divine spark. Once Athena retrieves the snake, it will be really troublesome. Hearing Erica and Liliana's words that came from the bottom of their hearts, Noah was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Wait, do you know what Athena meant by the snake and the Trinity? Erica and Liliana nodded heavily at the same time. That goddess is really too famous, but unfortunately, the Athena you know is slightly different from this Athena, Erica said to Noah. Your Majesty, do you think that this Athena is the goddess of wisdom and war in Greek mythology? Huh? Noah was taken aback. Isn't she? Yes. But not all of them. Liliana replied. Your Majesty, you said that this Athena claims to be a queen who once had everything and then lost everything, and a goddess of the Trinity. Then, the Athena in Greek mythology is just a part of this manifested goddess. Athena, Métis, and Medusa. Erica directly revealed the true identity of the goddess that Noah encountered by chance. The Trinity means that this Athena has 3 divine sparks, which are not inferior to the highest gods at the level of the King of Gods and the King of Gods at all. Snake. That was the essence of Athena. Athena had always been a goddess closely related to snakes. And when snakes were mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was Medusa, who was also closely related to Athena. Athena and Medusa were originally the same goddess. That was before the myth of Athena and Medusa spread to Greece and became the myth of Athena and Medusa in Greek mythology. Tracing back to the origin, in fact, Athena was the monster of snakes. No, it should be said that she was the goddess of snakes. Not only that, in Greek mythology, Métis, the goddess of wisdom who was Athena's mother, was also originally Athena. Athena was originally not a goddess of Greek origin, but a goddess of the earth who was born in North Africa and worshipped by the entire Mediterranean Sea. At that time, Athena had many other names and images. Métis, Medusa, Nat, Yanada, Ashrat, and other such mythical beings were originally clones of the original Athena, which could be said to be Athena's sisters. Athena was not only the goddess of the earth, but also the god of darkness who ruled the underworld and the goddess of wisdom who controlled the wisdom of the heavens. Because Athena was always accompanied by these 3 attributes, she became the goddess of the Trinity. These were the characteristics of Athena. And as the characteristics of the god of war, they were only added to Athena's divine sparks with the changes of time. The god of Hades who managed death and the greatest disaster, which was related to war, became the god of war, which was very reasonable. Then, the key to the birth of the Trinity of Athena was the snake. Although the cow, sheep, pig, and other creatures were also used to symbolize the harvest of the earth, in fact, Athena's essence was the snake. This was the most ancient goddess of the earth, which was also the key to the mother of the earth. Life would go through the stages of birth, growth, maturity, aging and death. The grains of the earth would also go through the 4 stages of growth in spring, lush in summer, bear fruit in autumn and wither in winter. Therefore, the snake was the true ancient symbol of the mother of the earth. After several molts, the snake would go through a cycle of hibernation and awakening. It was a creature that symbolized the cycle of death and rebirth, as well as the migration of seasons. Compared to the cow, which symbolized harvest and love, the snake, which symbolized both the grace of life and the death of calamity, was the true goddess of the earth. Therefore, Athena was the goddess of the earth, and also the goddess of the snake. And for the ancient people, a strange and mysterious creature like the snake was very rare. It would constantly molt and shed its outer shell, and in the winter, it would hibernate for a long time. Then, as if it was resurrected from the dead, it would wake up in the spring and easily cross the gap between winter and spring. This was called immortality. Therefore, Athena was also the immortal god of the underworld. She was the god of nature and the underworld who brought death. This was why Athena was the goddess of the earth and the god of the underworld at the same time. Moreover, the underworld imagined by the ancient people basically existed in the dark underground. It was a winter world shrouded in darkness. Therefore, the time dominated by darkness, namely night, was probably also a part of the underworld. Therefore, Athena was also the goddess of darkness. As the goddess of the earth who brought grace, Athena was the goddess of darkness who controlled the underworld and the goddess of wisdom who controlled wisdom. The three types of divinity gave Athena a supreme status. This made Athena have the characteristics of a bird in addition to the essence of a snake. Bird? Noah was stunned. Why are you talking about a bird again? Erica and Liliana nodded to each other and revealed the true identity of the supreme goddess, the Trinity of Athena. Chapter 498. In addition to the word snake, Athena also had a deep relationship with the word bird. Medusa, the goddess of snakes with evil eyes, was the best evidence to prove the close relationship between Athena and birds. The three Gorgon sisters, including Medusa, not only had snake hair, they were also said to have golden wings on their backs. The second of the three Medusa sisters, Euryale, meant the one who flies far away, while the youngest sister, Medusa, was the winged Pegasus mother. In the Mediterranean region, there was an ancient portrait of Medusa. In this portrait, Medusa was holding a snake with both hands and had a bird on her head, which clearly showed the close relationship between snakes and birds. However, what really connected Athena and birds was her identity as the goddess of the earth and the underworld. A long time ago, the ancestors of humans believed that birds had the magical power to fly between the other world and the modern world. Moreover, the souls of the dead would turn into birds and fly into the sky, or be guided by birds into the underworld. In order to go back and forth between the earth and the underworld, the snake, that symbolized the earth, and the bird, that symbolized the underworld were combined and became the symbol of Athena, the goddess of the earth and the underworld. Therefore, the word bird was added to the word snake, and Medusa became a winged snake, or a winged snake. The original Athena, who had not yet been spread to Greece and became a goddess of Greek mythology, was a winged snake, the goddess of life and death worshipped by the ancient people. She ruled over the earth and the underworld, and controlled the wisdom of the heavens. There was no doubt that this Athena was the highest existence among the gods. This was not a random divinity, but the true form of Athena before it was spread to Greece. After all, at that time, society was still dominated by women, and it was not surprising that the goddess of mythology was a queen. Therefore, Athena was the goddess of the gods at that time, the queen of the gods with the highest authority. This was the true Athena, the highest existence among the gods. However, the society of women's supremacy soon ended, and men began to replace women, becoming the real masters of society. Under such circumstances, myths began to be falsified. The goddesses, led by Athena, were chased down from the highest throne, and the male gods with military power began to rebel. The myth of a female-dominated society was wantonly changed by the men who ended the female-dominated society. The era of the queen came to an end, and the era of the king began. The supreme deity changed from the matriarchal Earth Mother to the strict Father God. Thus, starting from Zeus, the king of gods was born. As a result, Athena's identity as the queen of the divine realm who ruled over the Mediterranean Sea became a downtrodden and obedient queen. Under the situation where myths were altered by men, the oldest Athena and her clones fell and became the wife, sister, or daughter of the king of gods, losing their past glory. Not only did Athena become Zeus's daughter, but Metis was also humiliated by Zeus and his intelligence was taken away. Medusa even degenerated into a monster. Not only that, but Hera and Aphrodite in Greek mythology were also the same as Athena, the Mother Earth whose myths had been tampered with. They had the same origin as Athena, and they were both goddesses of life and death. The defeated Mother Earth turned into a winged serpent, which was also mentioned in the myths. Dragon. The evil dragon that appeared in countless myths and legends and was defeated by the heroes and gods was the Mother Earth's demeaning appearance after her myth was tampered with and defeated. It wasn't because they were evil monsters that they were defeated. Instead, it was because the victors wanted to fabricate their own legitimacy and smear the losers as evil monsters. Then, they spread the story of how they destroyed the monsters and established such a myth. Because of this, the winged serpent, which was also a dragon, turned into a monster in the myths, and the divinity of the Mother Earth was also denied. The Athena in Greek mythology was one of the queens of the gods and the divine realm after her myths had been tampered with. Metis, who was reduced to Zeus's wife, was also a part of the queen who ruled over the Mediterranean Sea. Liliana finally said. And the essence of this great queen of the gods, Medusa, who represented the snake, was tampered with to become the banshee that Athena sent the heroes to kill. Perhaps it was because of this conflict that the Athena who appeared lost the essence of the snake? In other words, once Athena finds the snake that she lost, the goddess will be restored to the queen of the gods who once ruled over the Mediterranean Sea and the divine realm, the highest goddess of the Trinity. Erica concluded. Once she regains her true identity as the queen, Athena will undoubtedly be the highest goddess, definitely not below Velislana and Mekhl. Hearing all this, Noah was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Athena said that she was the queen who once had everything and then lost everything. In this way, Athena was not as simple as the goddess of wisdom and war in Greek mythology, but the queen of the earth, darkness, and wisdom of the divine realm. Thinking about it carefully, the darkness that filled Athena's body with the aura of death last night was the best evidence to prove that Athena was the goddess of darkness in charge of the underworld. At that time, Athena had lost her most essential, snake, and her identity as the goddess of the earth was taken away. She could only exercise the authority of the goddess of darkness and wisdom. Presumably, compared to when she was in her complete state, her power should be much weaker. That was why Noah felt that Athena at that time was not difficult to deal with at all. However, if Athena were to take back the snake, it would be a different story. At that time, Athena would no longer be the goddess of wisdom and war, but the queen of the divine realm. At this moment, Noah felt that one of the patterns in his heart that connected the 10 avatars suddenly lit up for no reason, as if it had turned into a dried-up lake that had been injected with a large amount of water, causing a part of Noah's power to become active. Noah raised one of his hands. That hand was shining with a golden radiance, illuminating the surrounding space resplendently. That is. Erica and Liliana also saw this scene clearly and were stunned on the spot. Noah, on the other hand, seemed to understand something. He raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose. It seems that even if the queen really retrieves the snake, my sword will be able to cut the snake in half. Hearing this, Erica and Liliana seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions suddenly brightened. You've got a good weapon, haven't you? Erica put on a gorgeous smile again. As expected of the king who can defeat the two highest-level gods at the same time. If you can even get that sword, then you may become the most suitable king to deal with the disobedient god, and even the strongest king who won't be any weaker than the other god slayers in the future. If that's the case, we'll have a better chance of defeating Athena. Liliana's mood also became a little excited, but then it became a little strange. However, in less than 10 days, he was able to fight with two of the highest-level gods, fight with the King of Swords of Italy, and now meet the former Queen of the Divine Realm. This time, it seems that there will be a lot of disputes around the king. That's why you need me, Erica glanced at Noah and said with a faint smile. After all, if there are too many disputes, the king won't have time to care about worldly affairs, right? Noah rolled his eyes. Wait, Erica. Liliana frowned. Have you forgotten about my existence? Lily is not suitable to be the king's butler, Erica said bluntly. Compared to a butler, Lily is more suitable to be a simple knight, isn't it? Liliana was speechless. Liliana, who was too straightforward, was indeed not suitable to deal with complicated affairs like Andre. It doesn't matter what you do. For me, it's just that I lack an attendant to lead the way and deal with affairs. Noah sighed again and then turned his eyes to the entrance of the ruins. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe the snake that Athena is looking for is inside. Both Electra and Liliana nodded. Chapter 499. They were in an extremely humid underground ruin. The floor, ceiling, and surrounding walls were pitch black, but they were all covered with moss and obvious wet water stains. Water was even dripping from the top of the ceiling, making one wonder why there was a dry rocky land above the ruin. Through the stone door at the entrance of the ruin, Noah, Erica, and Liliana entered the interior of the ruin one by one. As soon as they entered the ruin, except for Noah, Erica and Liliana's faces stiffened, and their eyes became solemn. Only those who had the same power in their bodies could sense it. Inside the ruin, almost every corner was filled with a faint spell power. In the depths of the ruins, in front of the bottomless pitch-black tunnel, a powerful curse power that was clearly impossible for ordinary humans to possess blew over like a gust of wind, constantly slapping Noah, Erica, and Liliana's faces. Sensing the enormous spell power that permeated the air, Erica and Liliana's expressions turned solemn. Now I'm sure that even if there's no Athena's snake in this ruin, there must be something incredible sleeping there. Erica's face was solemn, but there was no fear in her eyes. I guess it's at least something related to the god of disobedience. It's really lucky to find this place in advance. Liliana was already holding Silver Master Craftsman in her hand, and she looked straight ahead of her in the passage. If it's something related to the god of disobedience, maybe we can do something in advance to resolve the disaster that is very likely to involve the god of disobedience. I'd rather have Athena's snake in there. Noah had a different opinion. We haven't dealt with Athena yet. If another god comes out, I don't want to keep trying to deal with two gods at the same time. As soon as he said that, Erica and Liliana looked at Noah strangely at the same time. If it's Sarbat Raiching, she'll probably be overjoyed, right? Erica couldn't help but say. Isn't it the wish of every god-slayer to be able to fight a god? Not to mention, you're just a new king, Liliana added. Although you have killed two gods at the same time, you only have 2 powers at the moment. Compared to the other deicide, it is too little. Even you have 4 powers. Don't you want to kill more disobedient gods to increase your own strength? It was not surprising that Erica and Liliana would think so. Who would mind if they were too strong? Not to mention the power of God. Once he succeeded, he would be able to increase his strength to a certain extent. Unless they were like Tony, who obtained authority that was completely useless in actual combat. However, killing a god was a gamble in the first place. After all, a god's authority could be strong or weak. If a god's authority was so weak that it could not be used in battle like Tony's, it was considered bad luck. However, if a god's authority was strong, it was not impossible to surpass the god slayer in one fell swoop. Noah was believed to have only 2 powers at the moment. It was not strange for him to want to increase his own strength, right? It was a pity that Noah only had 1 power, but it could be used as 10 powers. With so many powers in his body, increasing the power of 1 more power might not necessarily increase Noah's strength. Moreover, the reward was proportional to the risk. They are gods. Do you think they are mosquitoes that you can swat whenever you want? Noah replied impatiently. It's good to be able to increase my strength, but I have to be alive to use it. Instead of fighting 2 gods at the same time and not knowing when I will be killed, I prefer to fight steadily and surely. Even if I want to fight, 1 is enough. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Be careful that you can't swallow it and choke yourself to death. On the uninhabited island, the king who said that he wanted to kill the two highest-level gods at the same time said so. Fortunately, Erica and Liliana did not know about this. Otherwise, they would have complained. Let's go in. Noah took a step forward. There is definitely something up ahead. It is very likely that Athena or something will appear at any time. You guys be careful. With that, Noah planned to walk in front of Erica and Liliana. This was an almost instinctive action. In such a dangerous place, it was natural for a man to protect a woman in front. However, Erica and Liliana reached out their hands with great tacit understanding and each grabbed one of Noah's arms. At times like this, it is a knight's duty to walk in front and explore the way, Liliana said to Noah with a serious expression as usual. As a king, you can't use yourself to explore the way. If you treat me as an ordinary girl, even if you are a king, I, Erica Brantery, will draw my sword and show you the bravery of a knight. Erica smiled fearlessly. A king's duty is to deal with gods. Leave the rest to me and Lily. With that, Erica and Liliana protected the stunned Noah behind them. They stood side by side and looked ahead. Lily, it seems like we haven't gone on a crusade together like today for a long time. Erica had a confident smile on her face. It just so happens that the king that the knights need to protect is also here. Why don't we see who is braver? To be honest, I don't encourage personal strife at times like this, Liliana said without turning her head. However, you are the only one I will not lose to. The two girls, who were known as prodigies, looked at each other with intense sparks in their eyes. Then, they held their beloved swords and stepped forward at the same time. Moreover, it was as if they were in a race. They dashed forward abruptly as if they were not allowed to fall behind. Only then did Noah react. Seeing Erica and Liliana disappear at the end of the passage, his outstretched hand hung in the air and he was speechless for a long time. In the end, Noah squeezed out a sentence in a speechless manner. What happened to the protection? Noah, who chased after them half leisurely and half helplessly, soon discovered Erica and Liliana who had stopped. Hey, you! Noah called out instinctively, but the scene that appeared in front of him made his voice come to an abrupt halt and his footsteps came to a halt. The scene before Erica and Liliana could be described as hell. Corpses in black robes. Puddles of bright-colored blood. Small pits that popped out from the ground. There were also black snakes that crawled out of the pits, wrapped around the black-robed figures, and tore them apart crazily. Needless to say, the black-robed figures were the companions of the evil magicians outside. These magicians also held various tools in their hands, such as ordinary shovels and some unknown magic tools. It was obvious that they were excavating this ruin. Liliana's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Even though he deserved to die, he still makes people feel uncomfortable. Is this the capability of an illegitimate magic association? Erica sounded rather helpless too. Generally speaking, for ruins like this that have obviously not been excavated, the source must be investigated in advance. Then, a professional geomancer will investigate and determine the degree of danger before excavating. These illegal magic associations naturally don't have such a formal response. It's understandable that they ended up like this because they were in a hurry to excavate the ruins. The so-called geomancer technique referred to magic that was similar to feng shui. It was a ritualistic magic that allowed one to see the geomancer and spiritual energy of the land and manipulate them to bring benefits to oneself. Those who knew geomancer techniques were geomancers. If a geomancer were to investigate the ruins, they would be able to see the geomancer and spiritual energy inside the ruins and detect all the dangers, thus preventing the loss of personnel and slowing down the progress. Unfortunately, the average evil magic association wouldn't have such a formal way to deal with it. Barging in rashly would naturally result in this outcome. Hiss. At this moment, the black snakes that were biting the black-robed figures made creepy sounds, attracting the attention of Noah, Erica, and Liliana. Then, the three of them realized that all the black snakes were aiming their glowing green eyes at them. Chapter 500. Hiss. Black snakes that weren't too huge lifted their heads from the corpses of the black-robed people lying on the ground. Their small heads were aimed at Noah, Erica, and Liliana, and they flicked their forked tongues and let out chilling hisses. Rustle. Then, sounds of friction against the ground could be heard. Upon a closer look, the black snakes were emerging from the small pits on the ground. Together with the black snakes coiling around the corpses of the black-robed people, they crawled towards Noah, Erica, and Liliana like ants swarming out of an ant nest. Erica and Liliana tensed up. They raised Lion King's heart and Silver Master Craftsman at the same time and aimed at the group of black snakes crawling towards them. Faint traces of spell power were attached to the swords. Noah, who was standing behind Erica and Liliana, stared at the black snakes crawling towards them. After a while, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke. "Be careful, those aren't ordinary black snakes. These snakes have traces of spell power on them, and they don't have the aura of living creatures. They aren't real living creatures." Upon hearing that, Erica and Liliana discovered that each of the black snakes was shrouded in a faint layer of spell power. These curses were extremely weak. Even if they were used to cast the lowest level of magic, there would be a problem of insufficient quantity. However, if all of the black snakes had curse power, then the total amount of curse power would be extremely impressive. "Lily!" Erica immediately shouted. "I know." Liliana responded almost at the same time. She raised the saber in her hand and placed it vertically in front of her. A large amount of spell power gushed out of her body. "The essence of fantasy, the steel that plays beautiful melodies, please give me invisible wings." Liliana condensed all the curse power in her body onto the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman. She stretched out her empty hand and flicked the blade of the silver military knife. Ding! Along with a pleasant bell-like ringing sound, the curse power covering the Silver Master Craftsman reverberated like a sound wave, sweeping across the black snakes on the ground. The black snakes crawling towards Noah and the other two suddenly froze in place as if they had been petrified, unable to move at all. The magic sword, Silver Grandmaster Craftsman, was a steel that could play beautiful music. It could play all kinds of magic tunes and use them as secondary weapons. They had the effect of disturbing the listener's heart, weakening spell power, robbing physical strength, and so on. The effects varied according to the different magic tunes. Just now, Liliana had played a demonic tune that could weaken the spell power and steal the physical strength of the black snakes on the ground, depriving them of the faint spell power and even their physical strength, rendering them unable to move. Erica's Silver Master Craftsman. "Argus, Stropes, Brontes, grant my sword the protection of thunder." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of crackling electric currents echoed from Erica's Silver Master Craftsman. A burst of intense electric current lit up the entire dark underground. "Go!" Erica threw the Erica's Silver Master Craftsman with lightning flashing on the sword like a spear. Like a bolt of lightning breaking through the air, the Erica's Silver Master Craftsman shot out and landed in the middle of a dense group of black snakes. Beep, beep, beep. The lightning that was originally surrounding the Lion King's heart was like boiling water. It began to boil, and through the body of the sword that was inserted into the ground, it suddenly spread out in all directions like a spider web, crazily crossing each other on the ground. Ta, 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 ta. In the next moment, the black snakes that were hit by the violent electric current shrank their bodies, and they all exploded in a series of muffled crisp sounds, turning into small pieces of gravel that fell to the ground and mixed into the soil. Before long, all the black snakes were wiped out. Seeing this, Erica and Liliana didn't relax. Instead, their expressions became more solemn. After the black serpents were eliminated, the curse power that was originally covering the black serpents and weakened by Liliana's demonic tune actually spread into the air and gathered there, forming a huge lump of curse power. Rumble! Immediately, the ground began to shake slightly. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in Erica and Liliana's hearts. No! Erica and Liliana were startled. But before they could do anything, an accident happened. Hum! The huge spell power block that gathered in the air suddenly shook, and the shaking ground immediately floated up and gathered on the huge spell power block. In just a short while, a huge beast was formed in midair. The beast had scales, horns on its head, sharp limbs, and a pair of huge wings on its back. Its pupils were like those of a snake, emitting a cold and fierce ruthlessness. Not to mention Erica and Liliana, even Noah recognized the true form of this beast. It was a dragon. Perhaps it should be said that it was the symbol of the Mother Earth, a winged serpent. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the air, carrying a violent force that seemed to penetrate the space. It spread in all directions and even turned into wind waves that blew toward Erica and Liliana. That's... Erica and Liliana couldn't help but tremble. A divine beast. The tamed beasts of the gods, or the demon beasts, demonic beasts, and holy beasts that only existed in myths and legends, were divine beasts. They had tremendous power. Once they appeared on the ground, except for the god-slayers or the god of disobedience, only the holy knights, who stood at the peak of human beings, had the power to fight them. Unfortunately, although Erica and Liliana had amazing talents, they couldn't rival the holy knights, who stood at the peak of human beings, when they were still underage. It was already impressive for them to reach the rank of Grand Knight. However, if it was only a Grand Knight, then it would be a little difficult for the two of them to deal with a mythological beast. Roar! The vicious dragon, which was 3 to 4 meters tall and whose head almost touched the ceiling, raised its head and roared. Then, it raised one of its dragon claws and swung it forward. Whoosh! A sharp sonic boom immediately rang out, kicking up a violent gale that flashed through space, heading in the direction of Erica and Liliana. Erica and Liliana's hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly raised Lion King's heart and Silver Master sword in their hands and added strong spell power to the swords, trying to resist the vicious dragon's blow. Clang! However, in the loud sound of steel colliding with steel, Erica and Liliana grunted at the same time. In the sparks and strong wind, they bounced back as if they had hit a wall and didn't stabilize themselves until they took more than a dozen steps back. At that moment, a ferocious glint flashed in the evil dragon's eyes. It raised its claws once again and swung them at Electra and Liliana in a strong gust of wind and an ear-piercing sound. Oh, no! It was already too late for Electra and Liliana to react. Just when Erica and Liliana were about to use magic to strengthen their physical defenses to resist this blow, an indifferent voice sounded. Stop it! Although the voice was very soft, it echoed clearly. At the same time, a strange curse power filled the entire space. It was as if the entire space had turned into an invisible swamp, becoming sticky. Under such circumstances, the vicious dragon's sweeping blow seemed to have fallen into a swamp called space. It froze and couldn't move anymore. Roar! The vicious dragon's eyes flashed with a bloody light. It tried desperately to twitch its arms, but it couldn't move at all. Soon after, the indifferent voice sounded again. Who told you to move? With just this one sentence, the evil dragon's body suddenly froze in place, and there was no longer any trace of movement. Erica and Liliana's eyes widened. What's going on? Chapter 501. Roar! The gigantic evil dragon let out a low roar. Every corner of its scaly body was clearly twitching. However, it was as if something was tightly squeezing it into that space. It couldn't move at all. It could only let out a series of angry roars, causing the surrounding air to vibrate continuously. Erica and Liliana seemed to have thought of something. They turned their heads abruptly and looked behind them. There, Noah's whole body was fluctuating with an extremely terrifying spell. His eyes seemed to be flashing with a dim light as he muttered to himself. I use these words to provoke the gods in the sky. Exercise this magic power, chant this spell, make everything in the world bow and kneel. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the word spirit turned into a soft echo like a declaration. It wandered in the dark space of the underground ruins, making the fluctuation of the spell around Noah's body slowly wander and fill the entire space. It was because of the existence of the spirit of speech that could provoke the gods and the enormous power of the curse. The mythological beast, which was a great enemy to humans, was like an obedient pet under the command of the king who killed the gods. It no longer moved, and even its roar was full of fear. Only then did Erica and Liliana realize what was going on. Noah used authority. That was one of the authority called the 10 Incarnations, Priest. Priest, the incarnation formed by combining Wellislana's youth, incarnation and Noah's rune magic. Using this incarnation could obtain the ability to protect and dominate, shelter and make humans obey. Only when using this incarnation could the user use the rune magic. Combined with the authority itself, the power of the rune magic was greatly increased, and it was also independent. It didn't need to be in contact with the magic base plate to use magic equivalent to the authority. Wellislana was the guardian of the royal authority and the people. And the embodiment of this nature was in Wellislana's youth incarnation. When using the youth incarnation, not only could Wellislana protect the people he protected and make them obey, but he could also interpret the royal authority itself in words. That was domination. When he was fighting with Noah on the uninhabited island, Wellislana, in the state of the incarnation of the young man, made the waves retreat with a single word, and made the sand sword form with a single word, vividly reflecting the word, control. Now, Wellislana's youth, incarnation and Noah's rune magic had combined to form a new incarnation, priest. After all, language and writing originally had a close relationship that couldn't be separated from each other. Combining the incarnation of the young man, that represented the dominance and protection of language, with the rune magic, that represented writing, couldn't be more suitable. Using the priest incarnation, Noah could also obtain the spirit of speech, that was not weaker than Wellislana's spirit of speech. He could interpret the king's authority with spirit of speech and language, and could also use the rune magic, that was completely separated from the magic base plate. It was the same as Tony's protection of steel, but the scope was not limited to steel. Of course, to deal with a mere divine beast, Noah didn't need to use the rune magic that had already reached the level of authority. He only needed to use the spirit of speech to firmly control the divine beast that was considered a great enemy to humans. I am the strongest, and I hold all victory in my hands, no matter if it is a human or a demon. I am the one who defeats the hostility of all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. After chanting the holy words of the invincible and undefeatable God of victory, Noah raised his head and looked at the dragon that was firmly controlled. A glint flashed across his dark eyes. Just like those black snakes, undoubtedly, there is no breath of life in its body at all. It is completely like a moving corpse, but there is a huge amount of curse power supporting its movement. It even gave birth to a certain level of wisdom and gave birth to a divine beast. Noah walked forward and passed by Erica and Liliana, who were staring at him blankly. He came to the front of the dragon and sized it up for a while. Then, he fixed his eyes on the dragon's reverse scale. "I'd like to see what your true face is." After saying that, Noah raised one of his hands. His arm trembled all of a sudden, and a series of magic lines like electric wires spread out and covered Noah's arm. Using the enhance magic to strengthen his arm strength, Noah raised his hand over his shoulder and pulled it back. His entire arm was like a sharp spear, suddenly piercing through the air and fiercely stabbing towards the dragon's reverse scale. Poochie! The scales on the evil dragon's body were broken apart. Its skin and muscles were also mercilessly pierced through by Noah's spear-like palm, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. Awoo! The dragon's roar became painful. Noah, who turned a blind eye to this, forcefully pulled out his hand that pierced into the dragon's body amidst a tearing sound. After another burst of green blood spurted out, he tapped his toes on the ground and retreated rapidly. Then, the dragon's painful roar came to an abrupt end. Crack, crack. Under the gaze of Erica and Liliana, the dragon's body cracked like a stone. Cracks gradually spread on its body, and its body gradually petrified with the appearance of the cracks, turning into a stone statue riddled with holes. In the next moment, the huge evil dragon statue directly exploded, turning into a sky full of gravel that fell to the ground. Looking at this scene, Erica and Liliana did not come back to their senses for a long time. The divine beast that made the two grand knights of Italy, who were known as prodigies, fall into a bitter battle was destroyed just like that. It was not until this moment that Erica and Liliana realized how big the gap was between them and the king. Sure enough, humans could not resist the God Slayer, who was the king. Therefore, the God Slayer was the demon king. Noah, who did not know how Erica and Liliana felt, focused his gaze on his hand that had just pierced into the dragon's body. At this time, in Noah's hand, a fist-sized badge was lying on it. It was a badge that was as thick and ancient as a rock like polished obsidian. On the surface of the badge, there was a clumsy portrait that looked like a human face. Taking a closer look, the hair of the human face was actually composed of snakes with twisted bodies. Many places on the badge had been blurred, and the stone itself was quite worn. At a glance, one could tell that it was a rather ancient object with a long history. That badge was dug out by Noah from the dragon's body. Relying on his sensing ability, Noah found that the curse power on the dragon was almost all gushing out from a foreign object in its body. It was through that foreign object that the dragon's movements could be formed, and even its existence was maintained by the curse power provided by this foreign object. So, Noah dug out the foreign object. Needless to say, that foreign object was the badge in Noah's hand. This is Medusa. Looking at the portrait on the badge, Noah said with some uncertainty, "Is this the snake that Athena is looking for?" Hearing this, Erica and Liliana came back to their senses and also noticed the badge in Noah's hand. That's... Erica recognized the emblem at a glance and was surprised. Could it be the Stone of Gorgon? It should be. Liliana stepped forward and took the badge from Noah's hand, looked at it carefully, and then met Noah's puzzled gaze and explained. This is the ancient symbol of Mother Earth, a road sign that guides many goddesses to the disobedient Mother Earth. Simply put, it's something like a grimoire. Grimoire? Noah could not help but be startled, and his eyes became even more puzzled. But this is not a book, it's just a badge made of stone. There are no words on it, only pictures, right? In the era when the gods still existed on the ground, not to mention paper, even words had not yet appeared. Liliana shook her head and explained. However, its function and concept are the same as a book. That's why it's called a grimoire. However, other than the oldest Mother Earth goddess like Athena, it doesn't mean anything else. It's a god relic that only gods can use. Chapter 502. God Relics. To put it simply, they were props and tools used by the gods during the mythological era. These god relics only reacted to the power of the gods, but they could not be used by the god-slayers. The only ones who could use them had always been the gods. Of course, it was also possible to find a way to use the god relics in a more roundabout way. But in general, humans still could not use god relics as they wished. Only the gods could use specific god relics without any means. The Stone of Gorgon was such an existence. It was the symbol of Mother Earth. It was a god relic that only the oldest Mother Earth could use. Not only could such god relics be used by the oldest goddess, but humans could not find any other way to use them. It was a god relic that only the Mother Earth could use. So, this Gorgon stone is most likely Athena's snake. Noah glanced at the badge in Liliana's hand. It's engraved with a Medusa-like pattern, and only the oldest Mother Earth could use it. I can't think of any other possibility besides the snake that Athena is looking for. Both Erica and Liliana nodded in agreement with Noah's idea. Let the king keep this. After hesitating for a moment, Liliana handed the Gorgon stone in her hand to Noah. Since Athena is looking for it, if we keep it, it will be taken away sooner or later. After all, humans can't fight against the gods' lairs and the disobedient gods. Erica recalled the scene of that powerful mythological beast being cleanly defeated by Noah and sighed, which was a rare sight. If we give it to Tharbater, Tharbater will be very happy to give it to Athena. We don't want to see an all-out war with Athena, who has recovered her identity as the Queen of the Trinity. I don't care. Noah took the stone of Gorgon over as if he really didn't care about it. In this way, Athena will not be able to recover and will not be a match for me. I can't help but worry. Only then did Erica and Liliana relax a little. Logically speaking, even if Athena had not recovered to the highest level of the Trinity, she was still a goddess of wisdom and war from Greek mythology. She was much stronger than the average god. Under such circumstances, whether a king who had been born for less than 10 days could deal with such a goddess was really quite suspenseful. However, Erica and Liliana didn't doubt Noah's words at all. He was able to block the attack of Italy's King of Swords before he became the king of killing gods. He was able to kill 2 gods of the highest level before becoming the king of killing gods. After becoming the king of the god-slaying, Noah defeated Doni and had the ability to cause Italy a huge loss of 15 billion euros. All these achievements indicated that Noah's strength could not be judged by the standard of a typical god-slayer. Perhaps, the only ones who could match up to the current Noah were the 2 legendary kings. This thought came to the minds of Erica and Liliana at the same time. At this time, Noah, who was weighing the stone of Gorgon, paused, and with an emotionless smile on his face, he turned his head and looked at a corner. "Aren't you going to come out and say hello?" Erica and Liliana were stunned at first, and then their bodies suddenly tensed up. They turned around abruptly, pointed the heart of the Lion King and the Master Silver Craftsman in their hands at the place where Noah was looking at, and activated the spell. The whole place suddenly fell silent. But the next moment, a fog-like darkness suddenly rose from the corner where Noah, Erica, and Liliana were facing, and gradually turned into a petite figure. Who else could it be but Athena? The dark eyes like a snake and a bird turned and fixed on the stone of Gorgon in Noah's hand, and the darkness around Athena fluctuated slightly. That was not just pure darkness. As the dark goddess in charge of the underworld, Athena's darkness often represented a kind of power. Death. Feeling the dark aura of death fluctuating around Athena, Erica and Liliana's hearts were already beating violently. Even though they were known as prodigies and had attained the rank of Grand Knight before they were minors, Erica and Liliana were still just ordinary humans after all. If there was a protective magic spell, it would be fine. But if there was no protection and they came into direct contact with the darkness around Athena, then Erica and Liliana's lives would be cursed and inevitably dragged into death, until their lives were completely exhausted. With that in mind, Erica and Liliana instinctively cast defensive magic, covering their bodies in a faint glow. However, Athena did not even look at Erica and Liliana. She just looked at Noah, or more accurately, at the stone of Gorgon in Noah's hand, and her expressionless delicate face sank slightly. Am I still one step too late after all? What? Noah curled his lips and smiled. Do you need me to comfort you? Athena stared at Noah speechlessly, and after a while, she turned her eyes in a direction. It was an altar at the end of the ruins. In the center of the altar, there was a lake-like spring. Athena looked at the lake and said expressionlessly, "I just didn't expect that lake to be connected to the sea. Otherwise, the stone of Gorgon would not have come to such a place." Upon hearing this, Noah, Electra, Liliana, and the others were all stunned. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is my enemy. The sea under his control is the most suitable place to bury my snake. Athena raised her eyes and stared at Noah with a cold light in her eyes. However, because of the confrontation between the enemies, my snake seemed to have been stimulated by a huge spell. It transformed into the winged serpent, a dependent of the mother goddess of the earth, and swam over from the sea and entered the ruins. Athena's stone of Gorgon was originally sleeping in the sea, and it began to become active with Athena's awakening. If there were no accidents, the stone of Gorgon, which was active because of Athena's awakening, would drift with the sea current, and as long as it was not found and salvaged by others, it would eventually return to Athena. However, because of the huge spell generated by the battle between Noah and Tony, the stone of Gorgon seemed to be stimulated again and turned into a winged serpent and swam into the ruins. Since the lake on the altar of the ruins was connected to the sea, it could explain why the stone of Gorgon swam into the ruins. However, my snake is not so easily stimulated. Athena's dark eyes flashed with wisdom as she stared at Noah. Unless, O God Slayer, you have the power to stimulate the stone of Gorgon, such as the same, snake, or snake slayer, divine power. Noah's eyes suddenly narrowed. The snake that represented Athena's essence was the winged serpent, which was a dragon. And one of Noah's 10 incarnations, the Dragon Man incarnation, did indeed have the ability to transform Noah's body into a body that was comparable to that of a giant dragon and had the effect of causing great damage to dragons. In other words, Athena's guess was completely correct. As expected of the goddess of wisdom, she easily guessed one of the powers that Noah had never used. At that moment, Noah laughed. Regardless of the process, Athena, your snake is indeed in my hands now. Without the divine power of the Queen of the Trinity restored, do you think you can still take away your snake from me? This sentence made the atmosphere at the scene become heavy all of a sudden. Athena continued to stare at Noah with an expressionless face. Noah, on the other hand, responded with a calm expression. Erica and Liliana, on the other hand, were sweating profusely. After a long time, Athena suddenly smiled. Strength is not the only thing that can be used as a weapon. Even if my strength is not as good as yours, I still have wisdom that no one can match. With that said, Athena gave Noah a deep look. I will come to you again. With that, Athena's body was covered by a burst of darkness and disappeared. Noah quietly looked in that direction, not saying a word. Chapter 503. Because of the matter of Athena and the stone of Gorgon, after coming out of the ruins, Erica and Liliana said that they needed to report this matter to the Copper and Black Cross and the Bronze and Black Cross before they found a hotel to stay in and disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the Copper and Black Cross or the Bronze and Black Cross, they were the kind of magic societies that stood at the top of Italy. Therefore, as long as it was still in Italy, except for a few places, there were branches of the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross in many cities. Even on holiday islands like Sardinia, there were members of these two magic associations active. Because of this, the whereabouts of the god of disobedience who appeared in Italy were generally the fastest to be known and reported to the magic societies they belonged to. If they wanted to deal with the god of disobedience, this level of response was more or less necessary. Noah also met the heads of the branches of the Copper and Black Cross and the Bronze and Black Cross in this city. The other party seemed to have known about Noah's identity for a long time. Even if they knew that both Erica and Liliana were popular prodigies in the two magic societies, the two heads did not pay any attention to Erica and Liliana. Instead, they were submissive to Noah, as if Noah was their boss. Erica's uncle was the commander-in-chief of the entire Copper and Black Cross, and the entire Copper and Black Cross was completely under his control, and Liliana's grandfather was also in charge of the Black Cross. That was to say, whether it was Erica or Liliana, just based on their identity alone, they were definitely the princesses of the Copper and Black Cross and the Bronze and Black Cross. Under such circumstances, the heads of the two small branches ignored the two princesses and only entertained Noah, and Erica and Liliana still had a natural look on their faces. It was enough to see what kind of identity and status the God Slayer had. After the heads of the Copper and Black Cross and the Bronze and Black Cross branches entertained Noah, Erica and Liliana called the two heads aside and asked them to contact the headquarters and explain the whole thing. The Queen of the Trinity, Athena. Such a god was hiding in the dark and eyeing Noah covetously. Not to mention Erica and Liliana, even Noah himself was a little annoyed. From this point of view, the stone of Gorgon was really a hot potato. So, While Erica and Liliana were busy all day, Noah played with the Gorgon stone in boredom until night came. In the most luxurious room on the top floor of the hotel, Noah, who had just come out of the bathroom, only had a towel wrapped around his lower body and a towel around his neck. While drying his hair and face, he sat on the sofa and drank milk. To be honest, no matter which world he was in, Noah's life had never been as luxurious as it was now. Even in Haoleing Academy, which provided tuition, accommodation, food, and even living expenses, it was the same. However, Noah was not uncomfortable with this kind of life. Although he had never lived so extravagantly in the past, Noah had the experience of being flattered like this. Therefore, for this kind of luxury, Noah also had the mentality of, it's dispensable, and, it's a waste not to enjoy it, and accepted it with a clear conscience. At this time, on the glass table in front of the sofa, a mobile phone rang. Hearing the sound of the mobile phone, Noah, who was drinking milk, frowned. This mobile phone was given to Noah by Erica today, saying that it would be more convenient for him to move around. Moreover, it also had the private mobile phone numbers of the big bosses of the Copper and Black Cross and Bronze and Black Cross, including Erica and Liliana, saying that if there was anything he could do, he could just tell them and no one would refuse the king's request. And this also meant that the number of people who knew Noah's mobile phone number would be very limited. Not everyone could make this call. So, which big boss called Noah? Noah, who picked up the mobile phone, looked at the words, unable to display, displayed on the mobile phone interface. His frown deepened, but he still picked up the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, before Noah could say hello, a hearty and impatient voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Yo! Noah! My best friend. Did you miss me? Hearing this familiar voice that he didn't want to recall at all, Noah was silent for a while, and then hung up the phone without hesitation. The next second, the mobile phone rang again. And Noah didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that the ringtone was quite urgent this time. Noah, who was speechless, picked up the phone again. Hey, aren't you going too far? The person on the other side of the phone said in a helpless tone. It's fine if you leave me without saying a word. As my most intimate existence, I believe that you will return to my side sooner or later. But you even hung up the phone. That's a little hurtful. My heart is broken into two halves. It's cold. At first glance, it was like a man was kissing his beloved woman sweetly. But who would have thought that the man who said such a sentence to Noah was holding a magic sword that would cause irreparable damage to people as long as they touched it, and waved it at Noah without hesitation? Well, Noah, who also didn't hesitate to use a punch to directly hit the other side into the depths of the ground, was not qualified to say this sentence. You idiot, you don't look like the kind of guy who would call a friend to exchange pleasantries, right? That's why I'm wondering if you're planning to have a duel with me. Noah sneered back. Is it strange to hang up on you like this? Well, that's not a bad idea, but you're my lifelong rival. I plan to spend the rest of my life slowly tasting you. It would be too boring to end it so quickly, Tony said with a smile. So you don't have to worry, although I'm not calling to exchange pleasantries, I'm not calling to fight, I just want to tell you something. Hearing this, Noah was puzzled at first, and then he thought of something. What you're talking about, don't tell me you're referring to the Stone of Gorgon. Oh. Tony cried out happily. In other words, the stone that can attract the Trinity Queen Athena is really with you? Why? Noah curled his lips. Do you want it? If I can, of course I want it. It's a chance to fight with Her Majesty the Ancient Queen. I want it badly. Tony's voice became more or less serious. However, I'm not the only one who has his eyes on it. Noah was stunned. Sasha de Janstelvobon. Tony slowly uttered a name that made everyone in the magic world tremble. Even if you have just become a godslayer, you should have heard of this name, right? Noah narrowed his eyes. Of course, Noah had heard of this name. And he had just become a godslayer not long ago. When he was invited by Alice for a meeting, he heard from Erica and Liliana. As mentioned earlier, the wise men's parliament began to study the deicide in order to protect the Queen of England from an ancient deicide who was very likely to be a danger to the Queen of England. That was how it developed into its current nature. This ancient godslayer was the person Tony was talking about now, Sasha de Janstel-Vauban. 200 years ago, he had killed a god. Among all the kings who had killed gods, he was the strongest, oldest, and most capricious one, the god slayer. It was said that this old man had killed no less than 10 gods, and he had the most authority of all the godslayers. He was undoubtedly the strongest of all the godslayers today. The only one who could match up to this old man was another deicide who lived in China for as long as he was. People usually called him Marquis Vauban. Combined with the previous words, Noah had already guessed the reason why Tony mentioned this name. As expected, Tony told Noah the guess in his heart. I've received news that the old man is coming to Italy. Chapter 504. Today's oldest godslayer was heading to Italy and would arrive in a few days. This was the news that Tony brought to Noah. Troublesome characters are coming one after another, holding the phone, Noah sighed, and then asked Tony on the other side of the phone. That so-called old man is also coming for the stone of Gorgon. Other than that, there's no other reason for the old man to come to my turf, Tony said in a playful tone, which surprised Noah. After all, no matter what, with my relationship with him, it would not be surprising if we killed each other one day. What? Noah raised an eyebrow. Do you have a grudge against him? I don't know if it counts as a grudge, but there must be a grudge between us. Tony said indifferently. As you know, it hasn't been more than 5 years since I became a god slayer. The first god I killed was the Celtic god king, Nuada. From that unlucky god, I usurped the authority of the demon sword. And the second god I killed was Siegfried. The authority of the steel barrier was seized from this god. Tony laughed heartily. However, this god was originally the god of disobedience, that the old man summoned in a rather interesting way. It was originally his prey, but I stole it. Hearing this, Noah was speechless. Since Siegfried was the second god that Tony killed, it proved that before this, Tony was just a rookie who had just become a god slayer, right? He had just become a god slayer, and he dared to steal the god of disobedience, that the oldest god slayer spent a lot of effort to summon? This guy was really an idiot, and his courage was boundless. That old man was a wanderer who basically had no desires other than appetite. Other than eating food, the only thing he pursued was fighting, right? At this moment, Tony seemed to be talking about himself, and his tone became more or less thought-provoking. So, I stole his prey, and he's quite upset with me. Now he's openly stepping into my territory. If he's not here to fight me, then he's here for the stone of Gorgon, in your hand that can attract Athena. In other words, there was only one reason why Marquis Vauban, who was evaluated by Tony as having only a desire to fight, had come to Italy. Battle. As for whether they were here to settle scores with Tony or to take a fancy to Noah's prey, Tony was more inclined to believe the latter. I'm just a child to that old man, but gods are prey in his eyes. Compared to a child, that wanderer is undoubtedly more interested in prey, Tony said seriously. I'm here to remind you that you've been targeted by Athena, and now there's a ferocious old demon king who may come looking for you. You're working so hard, and as a good friend, I can't stand it. Come on, you're just saying that to persuade me to give you the stone of Gorgon, right? Noah's words directly exposed Tony's thoughts. Also, it's not just the ancient queen and the ancient godslayer who have their eyes on me. There's also you, an idiot who only knows how to fight other than eating. Don't say that. Undoubtedly, Tony was still smiling when his intentions were exposed. Anyway, there's an old demon king who's going to look for you, isn't there? You can have a good fight with him. How about you give me Athena? There's a serious contradiction in your words. Noah rolled his eyes. Since that old guy is after Athena like you, then the only thing he has his eyes on is the stone of Gorgon. If I give you the stone of Gorgon, then he'll turn around and look for you. To him, I'm a little brat who's younger than you, and he's even less likely to be interested in me, isn't that right? Tony obviously did not think of this, and was speechless for a moment, but he quickly said, I don't think of that kind of thing. I can't think of such a complicated thing. Anyway, if you give me the stone and that old guy comes, then we can have a fight together. That will definitely be very interesting. In other words, if the negotiation fails, you're going to act like an idiot? Noah sighed. If that's the case, then we're done. Wait. Tony seemed to realize something and hurriedly said. However, after knowing that Tony was not thinking of anything at all, and was just following his own thoughts and calling him without any suggestions for a solution, Noah would not waste his breath on this idiot. So, ignoring Tony's panicked voice, Noah hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, the expression on Noah's face slowly became thoughtful. Warband. Huh. Athena said that power was not the only thing that could be used as a weapon. As the goddess of wisdom, Athena's wisdom was also an unquestionable force. So, here's the problem. Athena's snake only fell into Noah's hands today, and not even a day had passed. In such a short time, it was reasonable for Tony to know that the Gorgon stone was in his hands. After all, this was Tony's territory, and Erica and Liliana had also reported this matter to the Copper and Black Cross, so it was not surprising that Tony would know. But how did that warband find out? Although Warband lived in the Balkans and was a neighbor of the Italian peninsula, they were separated by an ocean. It was impossible for him to know that Noah had the Gorgon stone in less than half a day, right? Therefore, Noah could only come up with one possibility. Athena, it's you, isn't it? Although they were both god-slayers and god-slayers were at most the same kind, not companions. Even humans would scheme against each other, let alone the god-slayers, who had terrible power and were absolutely capable of fighting for the world's territory. Noah suspected that it was Athena who deliberately spread the news, and even directly passed it on to Warband, so that Warband would come to him. Based on Noah's understanding of Warband, he was definitely the same as Tony. If Athena personally came to them and said to them, if you want to duel with me, you have to help me regain my power, they would not hesitate to do so. Therefore, there were many ways for the goddess of wisdom to provoke Warband and lure him over. And even if people like Warband and Tony could not get the Gorgon stone from Noah, Athena could patiently wait for the opportunity to snatch the Gorgon stone back. Even if she failed, she could continue to regroup and lure other god-slayers over. Although they were unwilling to admit it, as Erica and Liliana thought in their hearts, the god-slayers were basically problematic people. If she wanted to provoke these people and use them, there were many ways to do so, right? Sure enough, a woman who is too smart is not easy to deal with, let alone a goddess. Noah could not help but complain out loud. Wouldn't it be better to be silly like Mira and Lisanna? Wouldn't that be cute? After that, Noah rubbed his eyebrows. I don't care, because of Tony and Athena, I didn't sleep last night. If I don't rest tonight, even if a god or a god-slayer comes to me, I won't have the energy to fight. After saying this, Noah glanced at the Gorgon stone next to his phone, stood up, and walked toward the bed. Just like that, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Noah had been moving around the hotel and did not go far. Even if he knew that there were god-slayers and the god of disobedience watching him at the same time, Noah acted as if nothing had happened and tried to walk around as much as possible, trying to find some clues about the world fragment. For Noah, competing with the god-slayers and the god of disobedience was just an interlude in life, and finding the world fragment was the real goal. However, this pattern of action was really broken in the morning 3 days later. Because Noah received an extremely urgent call from the branch heads of the Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross. My king. Miss Erica and Miss Liliana were taken away by Marquis Warban. Chapter 505. Whoosh! A strong wind blew from the sky towards the high-rise building, whistling through the air. On the rooftop of such a skyscraper, an old man was sitting on a luxurious chair that was extremely out of tune with the surroundings. It was impossible for him to appear on the rooftop of a skyscraper. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes, like an emperor taking a nap on the throne. His whole body exuded a terrifying sense of existence. The old man's appearance gave people a feeling of being full of wisdom. He had a wide forehead, deep eye sockets, and a very pale face. Anyone who saw him would think that the old man was an expert or a professor. His silver hair was neatly combed, and even his beard was very clean, very suitable for wearing a white coat. However, the rumors and deeds of the old man were absolutely not in line with his appearance. Because he was a real overlord. He would take the service of the people around him for granted and would be quite used to giving orders. Because he was a real demon. As long as he could satisfy his own selfish desires, the old man would not hesitate to destroy the human race even if it meant that he would do it. Sasha de Janstovoban. Marquis. These two names were the names that people called the old man. The most ancient, God-slayer, today. This was him. Beside such a terrifying old demon, Erica and Liliana stood side by side. They did not talk, and there was no trace of being restrained on their bodies. Like maids serving the king, they just stood quietly on the side and fell into an indescribable silence. Then, what broke this indescribable silence was the extremely loud sound of a collision. Dong! As if intending to expel the heavy feeling of the entire space, the door of the rooftop was directly blown open. Against the roaring wind, Noah slowly walked up the stairs and came to the rooftop. Seeing Noah's arrival, Erica and Liliana did not show a happy expression. Instead, they laughed bitterly. So it's here after all? Erica shrugged. A meeting between kings? In such a situation, it's really hard to say whether they intend to have a talk or a duel, right? Liliana did not answer Erica's question, but there was a hint of helplessness and anxiety on her face. Just like what Erica had said. Under such circumstances, it was really hard to guarantee that the two people in front of him, who could make the entire magic world tremble with a casual stomp of their feet, wouldn't fight. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. One was a terrible king who defeated the King of Swords of Italy as soon as he became a god-slayer, bringing catastrophic damage to Italy. One of them was the world's oldest, and most unpredictable, terrifying demon king who had met the former Queen of England out of interest. A meeting between two kings like this would definitely make anyone tremble in fear. However, the person involved didn't take this meeting seriously. Warban's eyes were still closed. He rested his face on one hand and dozed off in the luxurious chair. Noah walked in unhurriedly, and he didn't even look at Warban. His gaze immediately fell on Erica and Liliana, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You two are doing better than I thought. I thought you would at least have someone watching over you or tied up. You're overthinking it, Your Majesty. Erica revealed her usual gorgeous smile as if she didn't realize her current situation. Everyone in the world knows about Erica Brantley's bravery, but it's not sensible to run away in the face of a god-slayer. In fact, Erica and I weren't captured by the Marquis. The Marquis just appeared in front of us and threatened to take us with him. We followed him obediently. Liliana closed her eyes, and her expression was still serious. I'm really sorry. As Your Majesty's followers, we're really too lousy. A hint of indignance appeared on Liliana's pretty face, which Noah didn't miss. It seemed that when Warban appeared, Liliana did want to resist, but she gave up in the end. It was because of Erica's persuasion. Rebelling against the ancient God-slayer is also an unwise thing to do. It will only delay the meeting of the two kings a little. Apart from that, it won't do anything else. Erica spoke her mind bluntly. She had no intention of hiding it at all. Besides, even without us, the Marquis can still meet your Majesty whenever he wants. In that case, why do we have to do something unnecessary? With that said, Erica turned her gaze to Warban, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Am I right, Marquis? The Marquis. With this sentence as a switch, the atmosphere in the surroundings switched to a state of imminent conflict. That Paul Brantley has an interesting niece. Erica's intellectual voice that carried a hint of madness that others couldn't detect sounded faintly. It drowned out the strong wind and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. On the surface, that's what you say, but in fact, you don't have any intention of obeying me at all. You're like a lion that is locked in a cage, but will still wave its claws at me. It's rare for you to have such courage at such a young age. Warban opened his eyes as soon as he heard this. It was a pair of pale green eyes that glowed like emeralds and resembled a ferocious lone wolf. But that's what makes it interesting. Warban chuckled in a seemingly joyful manner. I hate dogs that only know how to obey. On the contrary, I love wolves that know how to resist. If you don't have the ability to resist, there's no need for me to even speak. Although you're a lioness, I'm very satisfied that you're baring your fangs at me. Just like you, the little girl from the Kranikar family over there isn't someone who will wag her tail at me. The two of you are really interesting. Very good. That's the only way you have value by my side. Warban turned his pale green eyes to Noah. A dangerous smile appeared on his aged face. You're an outrageously young king. Originally, I wouldn't have thought of coming to you since you've just become one of my kind for less than a month. But you have something that interests me. Can you give it to me? Warban's words were full of indisputable certainty. It wasn't because Warban was arrogant enough to think that as long as he spoke, Noah would listen to his orders and give him what he wanted. It was because Warban was confident that as long as Noah appeared in front of him, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. Even if he had to snatch it. Noah looked at Warban with a faint smile. He took out a badge and tossed it in his hand. So you're saying that you want me to give you what you want with just a few words? Warban immediately narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. You're right. Although you're too young, you're still one of my kind. Since we're both kings, if I want something from you, it's only right that I give you something of equal value. How about this? Warban snapped his fingers as if he had thought of an idea. You don't seem to have your own territory, right? How about I give you the Balkan Peninsula where I'm currently living? As the kings of the God Slayers, they usually had their own territories. For example, Doni was the chief of the entire Italy. Even if he did not rule, Italy was still his territory. Most of the other God Slayers were the same when it came to this, and Warban was no exception. However, Warban did not like to stay in the same place for too long. Although the Balkan Peninsula was his territory, Warban would not feel the slightest bit of heartache if he were to give it away. This made Noah laugh, and it was an extremely mocking laugh. You're giving me something that you don't want in exchange for a god relic that can attract the highest level, the god of disobedience. Master Marquis, don't tell me you think such a deal will work. What do you want then? Warban's expression remained unchanged as he continued to ask. Treasure. Women. I can give you anyone's head even if it's mine. Is that so? Noah stroked his chin and clapped his hands all of a sudden. How about you give me your head then? The place fell silent all of a sudden. Erica and Liliana's eyes widened. The smile on Warban's face disappeared. You're getting carried away, kid. A terrifying aura rose from Warban's body. Chapter 506. You're too complacent, kid. Following these words, Warban's thin body suddenly erupted with a tremendous amount of curse power, which directly turned into a storm and pushed back the wind blowing in the surrounding buildings. At the same time, Warban's green eyes, which were staring at Noah, shone like gems. Under such circumstances, Noah felt an extremely strange curse power suddenly wrap around his body. Seeing that Warban's eyes flashed with green light and Noah did not react, Erica and Liliana were shocked. "You can't." Erica immediately warned. "You can't look at his eyes. Your Majesty. That's the authority called Sodom's pupil. It's one of Marquis Warban's authority." Liliana also hurriedly said. "This authority can turn all living things within the Marquis line of sight into salt crystals. Even if the God Slayer has an extremely strong resistance to curse power, part of his body will be turned into salt when facing this authority. After all, it was a power that belonged to the category of authority, the true power of God. Even if the God Slayer had an extraordinary resistance to curse power, part of his body would be turned into salt if he looked directly at those evil eyes. At the very least, he should not look directly at those evil eyes. In that case, as a God Slayer, Noah should be able to more or less slow down the speed of his body being turned into salt, right?" That was what Erica and Liliana thought. However, not only did Noah not look at Warban's eyes as Erica and Liliana had warned him, but he directly met Warban's evil eyes with a faint smile on his face. Bang! The next moment, only Noah and Warban could sense the curse power that had wrapped around Noah due to the activation of Sodom's pupil, suddenly exploded and dissipated. Even Warban was stunned when he noticed this. For ordinary people, Warban's eye of Sodom was an evil eye that was directly linked to death, but for a God Slayer, not only could it weaken its effects, but it would also not be too difficult to break through this authority if there were no accidents. But Noah didn't even use his curse power. How did he break Sodom's pupil just like that? Warban could not help but be surprised. Warban had no idea that Noah's physique was far more ridiculous than his strength. Noah had 3 special constitutions. Firstly, he could absorb all the power that entered his body without leaving a single drop behind. Secondly, he could eliminate all negative powers and side effects. Thirdly, he could automatically recover his magic power, curse power, like a world that operated freely. He had no weaknesses at all. It was precisely because of his physique that could eliminate all negative forces and side effects that Warban's pupils of Sodom was not even as useful as Yoju's magic eye for Noah. Therefore, to deal with Noah, he absolutely could not use negative powers such as curses, poisons, and weakening that would indirectly affect his body. If he wanted to deal with Noah, he had to directly attack Noah's body physically. It was absolutely useless to play some roundabout tricks. Although Warban didn't know what was going on, he didn't put too much hope in his pupils of Sodom. It was not an authority that was suitable to deal with the God Slayers and the God of Disobedience. "You have some ability. As a brat who was born less than a month ago, I'll give you my praise." Warban sat down on a luxurious chair in a calm manner, and the light shimmering in his green eyes disappeared, but his expression became even more dangerous. "Then, I'll use my real strength a little." After saying that, Warban stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The surrounding gale suddenly became violent. In the sky, dark clouds appeared out of nowhere and began to fill the entire horizon, blocking out all the light, causing the world to become dim. Rumble. With the sound of thunder, strong winds, torrential rain, and lightning began to take effect in the dark clouds at the same time. "That's the stormy storm." Erica's expression tensed up. Not only can it summon storms, but it can also summon thunder, lightning, and tornadoes. It can control the authority of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Hearing this, Noah curled his lips into a smile. In Noah's mind, the stone plate that was connected to the patterns of the 10 avatars suddenly turned and pointed to a pattern of a tornado falling from the sky. Snap! The next moment, Noah also snapped his fingers. The strong winds, lightning, and torrential rain that were rolling back and forth in the sky suddenly stopped. Even the pervasive dark clouds solidified. Whoosh! A violent whirlwind suddenly blew up from above the dark clouds. Like a vortex of air, it twisted the dark sky into a mess and blew away the thick dark clouds. As a result, the sky that was still cloudy a second ago suddenly became bright again as if it was a joke. What? Warband finally frowned. Seeing this, Noah withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "The authority of controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning is indeed amazing, but unfortunately, my authority can not only cause storms, but also control the sky. Your plan to use the authority from the sky is really a bad move." "Is that so?" Warband's face darkened and he sneered. "Then let my hounds deal with you." After that, Warband waved his hand forcefully and the floor of the luxurious chair he was sitting on immediately trembled. Hum. A dark shadow spread out in all directions with Warband's position as the center. Not long after, gigantic wolves that were as large as horses, with hair as grayish-black as mice, and eyes that were similarly green emerged from the shadows. Their beastly eyes shone with a ferocious glint as they stared at Noah. "That's the pack of greedy wolves," Liliana exclaimed. "The authority of being able to summon dozens or even hundreds of giant wolves, Marquis Warband's first authority." As though to prove Liliana's words, the huge wolves let out a low growl that belonged solely to wild beasts. They tightened their bodies and abruptly shot forward, pouncing fiercely toward Noah's direction. Looking at the pack of wolves that covered him like raindrops, Noah narrowed his eyes. In his heart, the stone plate that was originally pointing at the image of the incarnation of the storm rotated again, and pointed at the image of a person in luxurious clothing with his arms open towards the sky, as if he wanted to embrace the entire sky. At this moment, a spell power that was slowly burning like flames burst out of Noah's body, causing Noah's eyes to shine with a dim light. "Back off!" A cold shout sounded from Noah's mouth, carrying a wave of spell power that reverberated like ripples. It surged in all directions and swept past the giant wolves. The ferocious giant wolves were like wolfhounds that had their necks grabbed. They all stopped and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Seeing this scene, Warband first widened his eyes, then his expression became gloomy. Facing such a Warband, Noah calmly crossed his arms with a faint smile on his face. "Is that all? Old mister?" Warband's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. From start to finish, Warband had used 3 authorities. The Eye of Sodom was broken for no reason. The storm of raging waves was cleanly dispelled. Now, even the first authority that Warband had obtained, the pack of greedy wolves, was controlled by the authority, turning Warband's most ferocious hounds into obedient and loyal dogs. As the oldest God-slayer, and the one who had always placed himself in a high position, how could Warband endure such humiliation? In the eyes of Erica and Liliana, this short battle left them speechless. After all, whether it was Noah or Warband, they had not moved even a centimeter from their original positions from beginning to end. Under such circumstances, the 2 kings had displayed a power that ordinary humans could not resist. How could this not make people tremble in fear? Of course, what surprised Erica and Liliana the most was the power that Noah had displayed. As the youngest king in the world today, Noah was at ease even when facing the oldest demon king. With a 200-year age gap, Noah had the upper hand. Chapter 507. A Wool. The howls of the wolves rose and fell one after another, echoing constantly on the rooftop. But if one listened carefully, they would discover that not only did these howls not have the slightest trace of ferocity, but they were also full of fear. Although they were tamed beasts summoned by Warband with his authority, the large group of giant wolves in front of him were obviously not at the level of divine beasts. They were only much stronger than ordinary wolves, and they didn't even have any special powers. Let alone Noah, even Erica or Liliana should be able to deal with such a group of wolves, right? Therefore, under the control of Noah's priest incarnation, even if they were unwilling, the large group of giant wolves in front of him howled in fear and trembled. They began to retreat one after another as if they had met their natural enemy. This made Warband's expression turn even uglier. He had placed himself in a high position, but all his means were effortlessly broken by the other party. There was nothing better than this fact to show who had the upper hand in terms of power. Looking at Noah's calm appearance, Warband finally straightened his body slowly. It was as if a wild wolf that had been dozing off just now had suddenly woken up and found its prey. It wouldn't be strange for it to be in a state where it didn't know when it would pounce forward. It seems that I've underestimated you, kid. Warband's eyes became extremely aggressive as he stared at Noah. I've heard some rumors about you. I heard that you became the king after killing 2 of the highest level, gods of disobedience, not long ago. But no matter what, you're just a new king who was born less than a month ago. Even if you killed 2 gods at the same time, you're just an immature kid with 2-inch authorities. I didn't pay much attention to you. But now, it seems that I've indeed made a mistake that I shouldn't have. The corners of Warband's mouth curled into a terrifying arc. His pale green eyes flickered like a wild wolf at night, sending chills down one's spine. Even if you're just an immature kid, you're still a king. You can kill gods, so you're on the same level as me. I shouldn't have underestimated you. You're indeed qualified to be my prey. I've made the right choice coming here. Even if I can't kill Athena, I should be able to have fun with you. Warband's words became more and more impassioned. Obviously, Warband's fighting spirit had been aroused by Noah. This caused Noah to glance at Warband, and he suddenly changed the topic of the conversation. I know that you're here because Athena instigated you, right? Warband's movements paused. Under Warband's gaze, Noah spoke indifferently. Originally, I wasn't interested in fighting with Athena at all. I just wanted to fulfill my so-called responsibility as a king. If someone was willing to take this job, other than Tony, who only knows how to cause trouble, I'd be more than happy to do it. If you really just want to fight a powerful god and come to me for the Stone of Gorgon, then I don't mind giving it to you. Noah said sarcastically. It's a pity that as long as you came to me and asked, I would have seriously considered it and let you achieve your goal. However, you didn't take the initiative to come to me and discuss it with me. Instead, you kidnapped the people around me and made me come to you on my own accord to show you that you're superior. This kind of meaningless method is probably referring to people like you who take advantage of their seniority, right? But you've forgotten, Warband. Noah put the Stone of Gorgon in his hand into the pocket of his clothes, slowly raised his head, and looked straight at Warband. In the end, the reason why the god slayers are kings is because humans can't resist them. In the end, they still rely on their own strength. Only the strength of one's strength determines one's status, not age. You look down on me because I've only been a god slayer for a short time. You look down on me because I don't have much power. Noah's sarcastic voice resounded through the sky. Then let me, a young man, tell you whether it's time for an old man who has lived for 200 years to retire and lie in his coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power suddenly burst out from Warband's body and spread over the entire rooftop. Warband's face was as ugly as it could be, and there was a real murderous intent in his eyes as he stared at Noah. Good. Boy. You're good. In the low roar full of anger, the curse power on Warband's body surged into the sky like a flame soaring into the sky. Then let me see if you, a so-called young man, have the ability to send an old man like me to my coffin. After that, Warband stood up from the luxurious chair and let out a terrifying roar. Ha-ewa dash. In the inhuman roar, Warband's body swelled up, and every part of his body bulged outwards. Rip. The clothes on Warband's body were torn apart very neatly. As his body continued to swell, Warband's height soon exceeded 5 meters, and it was still growing. My pack of greedy wolves can summon more than just a pack of wolves. I can also transform into a werewolf like you. Let me see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Boy. Warband, whose body was still expanding, could not wait to raise his huge wolf claws as he roared. With a fierce gust of wind, he swung them in Noah's direction. Looking at the incoming sharp claws, Noah closed his eyes. Wells Lana had an incarnation called Camel. No matter where it was, a camel that could cross the desert was synonymous with a strong body and amazing endurance. When Wells Lana used the camel incarnation, not only could he obtain fighting ability that surpassed his wild instincts and intuition, but it could also increase his endurance and leg strength. Even if he suffered a serious blow, it could reduce the pain and quickly stop the bleeding, allowing Wells Lana to continue fighting no matter how much damage he suffered. As for Mekhl, he was the representative of the dragon slayers. Those who knew about Mekhl's mythology would know that the Mediterranean god King Mekhl had another name. Baal. He was a powerful existence that was even recorded in the Bible. Mekhl's true form was Baal. Only in the Mediterranean would this famous god-king be called Mekhl. When mentioning Baal, one could not ignore Baal's enemy, Dragon King Yamu. The reason why Mekhl, whose true form was Baal, was able to become the king of gods was because in the mythology, he lured Dragon King Yamu away from his throne and killed him. Through this crusade, Mekhl successfully sat on the throne of the god-king. Therefore, Mekhl was a typical dragon slayer, the natural enemy of all dragons. With the help of Noah's constitution, Wells Lana's camel and Mekhl's dragon slayer merged, giving birth to the dragonborn incarnation. Draconian, combining the incarnation of Wells Lana's camel and the dragon slayer's authority. Using this incarnation, not only can one obtain a close combat ability that surpasses one's wildness and intuition, but it can also transform one's body into that of a dragon, obtaining a body that is comparable to a giant dragon's. To a certain extent, it can restrain dragon-type creatures and cause great damage to them. The result of the fusion of the camel, which represented a strong body and endurance, and the natural enemy of dragons, the dragon slayer, was that while retaining the camel's ability to surpass their wildness and intuition, as well as the dragon slayer's ability to restrain dragons, it also gave birth to the ability to transform into a dragon's body. In the case of using the incarnation of the Draconian, Noah could basically be regarded as a humanoid dragon with terrifying close combat ability, and he could also produce great lethality to his own kind. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 giant dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power to slay dragons. After chanting the words to release the incarnation, the stone plate in Noah's heart suddenly turned and pointed to a human-like dragon pattern that stood upright. A powerful force gushed out from Noah's body. The giant wolf's sharp claws swung down and fell on Noah's body. Bang! At the top of the building, the rooftop suddenly shook like an explosion, stirring up thick smoke and wind. Chapter 508. Bam! With a thunderous boom, the rooftop of the tall building exploded into a burst of thick smoke and strong winds, splashing in all directions like a blooming wave. Under the onslaught of the violent wind, 2 slender figures flew out from the blooming smoke and dust. They subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Their hands were still blocking in front of their bodies. Obviously, they were blown away by the strong wind that blew them away. They were Erica and Liliana. Erica and Liliana, who were blown out of the rooftop of the building, were startled at first, but they quickly reacted. Erica adjusted her body in midair. After stabilizing her body, she stomped her feet down as if she was stepping on air. Fly, boots of Hermes. After a short chant, a crimson magic array fluctuated under Erica's feet and turned into a platform. Thump thump thump. Erica tapped her feet in the air again and again. Every time she tapped her feet, a crimson magic circle would ripple under her feet, allowing Erica, who had used leap, to retreat quickly in midair as if she were walking on flat ground. Compared to Erica, Liliana was much more straightforward. She didn't even need to adjust her posture before she chanted the incantation. Wings of Artemis, through the night, please grant me the privilege of flying in the Tao of heaven." As soon as her voice trailed off, the outline of Liliana's body was covered by a layer of blue halo, causing her body to suddenly stop in midair and float up as light as a feather. It was the flight magic that only orthodox witches could use. Erica and Liliana, who used the leap and flight magic respectively, almost subconsciously chose to stay away from the building that had turned into a battlefield. They landed on the rooftop of another building and quickly raised their heads to look at the building in front of them. Boom! Just as a strong gust of wind and a thick cloud of dust rose from the rooftop, another muffled sound rang out. It was as if it had directly hit one's heart, causing one's heart to shrink. This made the violent gust of wind even more terrifying. Immediately after, a figure and a huge wolf shadow respectively protruded out from the thick smoke and dust. Rubbing against the air, they landed on the ground with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! From Erica and Liliana's direction, they could clearly see that the ordinary-sized figure stabilized himself at the critical moment and landed on the ground with his feet. With a muffled thud, he fell to the ground as if he had fallen from 1,000 pounds, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. Bang! As for the huge wolf shadow, it wasn't as agile as the human-sized figure. Its huge body suddenly smashed into the ground, stirring up a burst of gravel and causing the ground to explode, turning into a crater the size of a house. Woo dash. Even so, the huge werewolf quickly got up from the crater and roared at the sky. Except for the dust on his body, he wasn't injured at all. As far as the result was concerned, neither Noah nor Warban was able to determine a clear winner in this first real head-on confrontation. Except for the way one of them landed on the ground in an extremely gorgeous manner and the other in a more embarrassing manner, there was basically no difference between them. Undoubtedly, they had fallen from a building that was at least 100 meters high, but the two kings of the deicide were not injured at all. This was enough to prove the inhuman level of the deicide. However, Noah relied on his strong physique that was comparable to that of a giant dragon in the form of a dragon man to achieve this, while Warban relied on his werewolf form to strengthen his body, which was not inferior to Noah's. Except for the previous brief confrontation where they didn't really use their full strength, this could be regarded as the first real confrontation between Noah and Warban. But as soon as they met face to face, the air was already filled with a heavy pressure that was almost suffocating. It was caused by the unimaginably huge spell power that rose from Noah and Warban. Rumble. At this time, the sound of thunder came from the sky again. Thick dark clouds covered the whole sky, and dazzling lightning flashed. Whoosh! The wind began to howl. Whoosh! A torrential rain poured down and instantly enveloped the whole world, soaking the ground in a short period of time. Noah, who maintained a squatting posture with one hand on the ground, raised his head. Drenched in the cold rain, he cast his gaze at the giant wolf howling at the sky in front of him. Is this one of your tricks again? After all, with the storm and raging waves that could control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Warban could summon a storm at any time. If Noah transformed into the incarnation of the storm, he could still disperse the rain and thunder clouds. But without the rain and thunder clouds, Warban's storm and raging waves could at most not summon a storm, but he should still be able to control lightning and tornadoes. Warban was naturally aware of this. His huge body, which had expanded to more than 30 meters tall, slightly straightened. A pair of wolf eyes stared at Noah, revealing the sharp teeth hidden deep in his mouth. I can't help it. I become like this when I'm excited. This also proves that you're qualified to make me take you seriously. Boy, feel honored. Are you still trying to take advantage of your seniority? Noah sneered. Then let me shut your ugly wolf mouth. After that, Noah crouched down, and with a bang, he crushed the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow. Come on. Boy. Warban, who had transformed into a 30-meter-tall werewolf, also let out a roar of pleasure. His huge hind legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and like a real wild wolf, he pounced forward. The man and the wolf met in the blink of an eye. One raised his fist and swung it at the tall giant wolf, while the other raised his huge wolf claws and mercilessly swung them at the other. Dong! The completely disproportionate fist and the sharp claw collided in midair, actually causing a loud boom, causing the wind and dust to blow up once again. The man and the wolf, who had exchanged a blow, seemed to have hit an immovable mountain at the same time. Their bodies were bounced back at a faster speed than when they came. Da-da-da-da. Noah's figure nimbly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, removing the force acting on his body with each tap of his foot. Da-da-da-da. Warband retreated repeatedly amidst a series of heavy footsteps, and it was not until he retreated a few dozen meters that he stabilized his body. Even if their sizes were disproportionate, the two of them seemed to be on par with each other in terms of physical strength, which was incredible. However, it was not strange at all when one thought about it. Warband's body had expanded to a height of 30 meters, and presumably, the strength of his body was no weaker than that of a giant dragon. Noah was simply a giant dragon in human form, and when it came to physical strength, he was naturally not at a disadvantage at all. "You're quite strong, boy," Warband, who had stabilized his body, growled. "In that case, my hounds seem to be useless against you. Let my servants take care of you." As if in response to Warband's words, the next moment, the ground around Warband suddenly trembled, and small hills rose up. Under Noah's astonished gaze, people wearing worn-out armor and ancient cloaks emerged from the hills, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, and appeared around Warband. "This is also my power." The bastards of the Sage Council seem to call it the Servant of Death. It's a loyal servant who can summon the people I've personally killed in the past in the form of the living dead. They are absolutely obedient to me. Warband's cheerful voice rang out from the huge wolf's mouth. "Of course, I've killed more than tens of millions of people. These are the good ones I've specially selected. Each of them is at the level of the two little girls next to you. Can your spirit of speech work on so many servants?" Noah immediately frowned. If every one of them had the level of a grand knight like Erica and Liliana, then it would not be a problem for Noah's priest incarnation to control a dozen or even dozens of them. However, if there were more than 100 of them, it would be hard to say. Chapter 509. In fact, it was best to use the spirit of the priest's incarnation on dead objects. After all, dead objects wouldn't struggle or refuse, and it was much easier to control them. For example, when Lana was fighting with Noah, he didn't use the spirit of the youth incarnation to deal with Noah. Instead, he used it to split the waves and form sand swords. That would be very easy. As for living creatures, they would more or less struggle. The harder the subject of the spirit of dominant speech struggles, the weaker the effect of the spirit of dominant speech will be. The stronger the curse power in the target's body, the weaker the effect of the spirit of control would be. Naturally, the more objects that needed to be controlled, the more the effect of the spirit of control would be spread out, and thus it would be weaker. In the underground ruins, Noah only needed to control one object. Therefore, even if this object was a divine beast that could only be dealt with by the peak human paladins, Noah could still control it. Although the number of wolves that Warband summoned through the power of the greedy wolf pack was large, it was only a group of larger wolves, and it wasn't difficult to control them. However, the past resurrected under the control of the Servant of Death's cage, these capable people who died under Warband's hands were different. Each of them was a powerhouse comparable to a Grand Knight. Some had bodies that had been tempered thousands of times. Some had curse power that had been cultivated for a lifetime. Some of them had strong martial arts skills. Some of them had learned high-level spells. None of them were ordinary people. Noah could still use the priest's spirit of control to control a dozen, 20, or even dozens of such people. However, Warband had summoned at least 100 servants of death, which was a bit beyond the range of the priest incarnation's spirit of control. After all, Warban had lived for at least 200 years, and had killed at least 1,000 if not tens of thousands of people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the most terrifying demon king. It wasn't surprising that there were hundreds of experts specially selected from these dead, no matter how few there were. Come. Control another one for me to see. Warban laughed out loud. Go. My servants. As soon as Warban finished his words, the servants of death, who were exuding an aura of death, moved in unison like zombies being controlled. Some took a step back and raised their staff-like weapons, while others raised their sabers, swords, and spears. They rushed toward Noah with nimble footsteps that did not resemble those of the dead. From the corner of his eyes, Noah glanced at the servants of death that were swarming towards him, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Don't tell me you think I can't deal with them just because I can't control them. With that said, the servants of death swarmed forward and surrounded Noah, drowning him in the sea of people. However, in the next moment, a vigorous aura surged out from the crowd. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the crowd that drowned Noah was pushed back a distance. Then, a figure in the middle of the crowd brought about a burst of oppressive wind. He lifted a leg, his body spun like a windmill, and kicked out towards the surroundings. Clang! The windmill-like leg was like a heavy piece of iron, landing one by one on the sharp weapons in the hands of the servants of death. Sparks flew wherever it passed, and the weapons in the hands of the servants of death were shaken out of their hands, causing them to lose their balance. The windmill-like figure suddenly stopped spinning, and the soles of his feet suddenly touched the ground. He almost turned into an afterimage, shuttling back and forth among the servants of death. Bang! 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 Suddenly, as the afterimage shuttled back and forth, a series of dull thuds sounded continuously. Every time it sounded, a servant of death would be sent flying like a rubber ball, shooting backward and landing heavily on the ground. What? Warban, who had transformed into a giant wolf, looked at all this in astonishment. Although he had turned into an afterimage, Warban could still clearly see Noah's movements. Therefore, Warban could clearly see that the powerhouses who were at the level of Grand Knights when they were alive were not able to react to Noah's speed. Instead, they were easily defeated by Noah's punches and kicks, and then sent flying with punches and kicks. That is to say, Noah had defeated all those who were considered elites in the magic world, except for paladins, with just a few punches and kicks. He actually has that level of martial arts. Is it his own skill? Or is it the power of authority? Or both? Warban was speechless. Is he the same type of martial artist as that freakishly strong woman? How annoying. Just as Warban began to feel unhappy because he thought of a certain old enemy, the afterimage shuttling among the servants of death suddenly flashed and stopped, exposing Noah's figure in the air again. At this time, the servants of death were already lying all over the ground. Wolves and dead people. You can summon so many things, and all of them are so tasteless. Noah said sarcastically. Can't you show me something interesting? Do you want to see something interesting? Warban's wolf-like face revealed a sinister smile. Then try this. In the sky, the rolling dark clouds suddenly spun violently like a whirlpool. Whoosh! The howling winds in the surroundings began to intensify, becoming as strong as a typhoon. Whoosh! The rain became denser, and the torrential rain began to pour down. Rumble! Following that, a low rumble of thunder resounded in the sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the whirlpool-like dark clouds. They rubbed against the air and brought about bursts of dazzling light. They flashed through the air and continuously fell to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning bolts fell to the ground one after another. The concrete used as the building material for the asphalt road exploded due to the strong impact. The solid ground was ravaged by the falling lightning bolts. It was like a battlefield buried with landmines, continuously producing violent explosions. Under such circumstances, the lightning bolts that fell from the sky and ravaged the ground approached Noah. Seeing this, Noah smiled. Just like when he summoned the rain and thunder clouds on the rooftop, Warban made another bad move. Warban thought that Noah could control the sky because he was using Mechal's power as the god of the sky. Even if the rain and thunder clouds in the sky were dispelled, he could still summon lightning to attack Noah. Although it did affect him, it was not to the point where he could not cause any harm. However, Warban certainly did not know that not only could Noah control the sky, he could also summon storms, and he could also summon lightning. Velislana had the incarnation of a goat. The horned goat was a sacred beast with a powerful spell. Since ancient times, the existence of a horn was a symbol of a special spell. The priests and kings of primitive religions would wear horned hats or helmets when they held religious ceremonies. The point was to prove that the person had power. Therefore, most of the horned deer, cow, and goat were worshipped as sacred beasts. This was a trace of ancient beliefs. For example, it was often said among the Indo-European horsemen that they would compare goat to lightning in the sky. The most famous god of the sky, Zeus, was also deeply related to goat and had something in common with the myth of the horse that carried the sun. Therefore, when Velislana used the incarnation of a goat, he could summon lightning. And Mechal was a god of the sky like Zeus, who could also turn into lightning. Thunder was an incarnation formed by combining Velislana's goat incarnation and Mechal's lightning power. It could summon thunderclouds that formed lightning, and it could also turn the user into lightning and gain the ability to summon lightning. With the incarnation of thunder, Noah's ability to summon lightning was definitely above Warban's. I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 100, 10,000 with 1,000, and 10,000 with 10,000. Now, for me who is on the side of justice, please shine brightly and give me divine power. As the words echoed, the stone plate in Noah's heart turned again and pointed to a lightning pattern. Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, dazzling lightning flashed on Noah's body. Chapter 5:10. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the intense electric shocks, Noah's entire body flashed with dazzling electric arcs, like electric snakes darting back and forth, constantly wandering around Noah's body. Almost at the same time, the violent lightning that fell from the sky and constantly hit the ground, approaching Noah, also arrived in front of Noah. Facing the continuous flashing violent lightning, Noah only made one move. Reach out. Hum. The approaching wild lightning suddenly stagnated in front of Noah's palm. Then, it twisted, turned into a ball, and gathered in front of Noah's palm. Seeing this scene, Warban was shocked. That kid can also use the power of thunder and lightning? Right. Mechar was the king of the gods who controlled storms, lightning, and the sky. Since the kid who killed Mechar had usurped the power of the king of gods, it was not strange that he could control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, just like himself. But if that was the case, then what about the kid's other powers? He cracked the strange ability of the evil eye that could turn people into salt crystals, dominated the wolf pack, and had the physical ability to compete with himself in the form of a giant wolf. It was very likely that he even had the ability to bring about powerful martial arts. With so many abilities, how did the kid who only killed 2 gods do it? Is this the interesting thing you showed me? While Warban was still in shock, Noah's faint laughter entered his ears. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's interesting at all. You'd better take it back and play with it yourself. After saying that, Noah slowly raised the huge plasma ball that had gathered all the wild thunderbolts above his head, allowing the huge thunderbolts to follow his movements and draw a gorgeous trajectory in the air. Boom! Immediately, the lightning ball that gathered in Noah's hands suddenly exploded, turning into violent lightning. With a burst of sharp sonic booms, it rushed in Warban's direction. Warban's pupils contracted, and when he came to his senses, he reflexively crossed his wolf claws in front of him. The overwhelming lightning that enveloped Warban immediately fell on his body. Boom! Following a loud boom, Warband's massive wolf body was buried by the violent lightning. Arcs of electricity and lightning splashed in all directions, causing dust and strong winds to spread. Warband's furious roar resounded from the center of the dust and wind filled with electric arcs and flashes of lightning. Is that all? Brat! Hearing Warband's angry and provocative words, Noah's eyes turned cold. Of course, even if you're satisfied, I won't stop. I'll give you an extra big treat. After saying that, Noah closed his eyes, and the lightning flashing on his body disappeared. In Noah's heart, the outline of the stone plate, which was connected to the images of the 10 incarnations, suddenly spun. In an instant, it pointed to the image of a lone wolf howling at the sky. Clang! An astonishing curse power burst out of Noah's body, causing the surrounding air to shake violently and wail. Thou hast violated the contract and brought evil to the world. The Lord says, sinners must be punished. Their backs will be shattered, their bones, hair, and brains dug out, and their blood and soil will be trampled on. If I can't get close to you, then I'll follow the Lord's words and give the person who violated the contract a hammer of destruction. At this moment, the space around Noah wailed as if it couldn't bear the burden, and it started to tremble and collapse. Crack! The space behind Noah suddenly cracked, and a huge crack appeared. Crack, crack. The crack continued to expand, and it didn't take long for it to expand to the point where it was taller than Warband's body, exposing a dazzling golden space inside. In the next second, a pair of beastly eyes lit up in the golden space. Roar! With a resounding roar from ancient times, a golden wolf comparable in size to Warband emerged from the golden space. As if it had broken free from a cage, it opened the crack in the space and leaped out. Without the slightest hesitation, the huge golden wolf tightened its 4 limbs and abruptly stomped on the ground. Its body shot out like a bullet, transforming into a huge bright meteor that suddenly rushed into the thick smoke and dust that was filled with electric arcs, lightning, and strong winds. Boom! The sound of the collision resounded through the sky. Whoosh! The violent wind and waves that seemed to destroy the world surged in all directions like a tide, digging up the concrete on the ground, blowing away the vehicles, smashing the windows, and causing the walls of the surrounding buildings to begin to crack. The situation became precarious. Even Noah raised a hand to block in front of him, withstanding the violent wind and waves, and stared ahead without shifting his gaze, not even for a moment. Golden Wolf Bo was an incarnation formed by fusing the incarnation of Wellislana's mountain boar with the crush magic, which could summon Bo. Under this incarnation, Bo not only had its own original transformation ability, but also had the powerful charging ability of the mountain boar incarnation, which could create a shockwave that could crush everything. During the period of using this incarnation, the user himself could also obtain the ability to crush everything. As a fantasy breed that only existed in myths and fantasies, after fusing with the mountain boar incarnation, Bo's current existence had become somewhat unclear. Bo was originally a variant of a fantasy breed. As a fantasy breed, it didn't have a physical body, but an existence like a soul materialized. In this regard, Bo should be classified as a fantasy beast, but in terms of strength, under the influence of the world fragment, Bo had already far surpassed the level of a fantasy beast, even surpassing the peak of a dragon and reaching the divine beast stage. In this world, divine beasts were the beasts of God, or the magical beasts, evil beasts, and holy beasts that only existed in myths and legends. The concept was somewhat similar to that of a fantasy breed. After fusing with the mountain boar incarnation, Bo should still be classified as a fantasy breed in terms of type classification, but its strength had once again greatly increased. Wellislana's mountain boar incarnation was synonymous with destruction and strength. With this incarnation, Wellislana could summon a boar that was comparable in size to a tall building. It could crush all targets, and it could also send out shockwaves that destroyed everything in its path. Therefore, Noah's crush also turned into a pure ability and fused with it. After fusing with the mountain boar incarnation, Bio, who was originally good at speed, transformed into a terrifying existence with strength, speed, destruction, and crush. As a result, Bio impressively became a beast that could compete with the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience. Even if the opponent was the God Slayer, who used authority, it still wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, after fusing with the mountain boar and crush, Bio's way of existence had become different. If in the past, Bio used Noah as the core and was attached to Noah's body, equivalent to an existence like Noah's doppelganger, then now, this nature had become even more complete. Now, Bio was just a soul with self-consciousness, and usually slept in the depths of Noah's soul. Only when Noah used the golden wolf incarnation and provided a large amount of curse power would Bio's soul consciousness be awakened, and with the help of this large amount of curse power, the soul would materialize and appear on the ground. In other words, if Noah didn't provide the curse power, Bio would only have a soul, but he wouldn't be able to materialize his soul and form a body. In addition, Bio still used Noah as the core of his life, so his soul had already attached to Noah's soul, which was equivalent to fusing together. Therefore, Bio could no longer be independent, nor would he have the idea of being independent. After all, Noah and Bio were equivalent to sharing the same soul, but they had different consciousnesses. Simply put, it was like having dual personalities, and they could be treated as one person. Therefore, only Noah knew how terrifying it was to be hit by Bio's attack. Noah believed that even Warban would have to suffer from Bio's attack. And the facts had indeed proven all of this. After an unknown amount of time, the storm-like waves dissipated. At the center of the impact, Bio had returned to his previous size. At Bio's feet, an old man covered in blood was lying there. Chapter 5:11. Ta! 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 Amidst the crisp sounds, the gravel, rocks, glass, and even vehicles that were swept into the air by the violent wind and waves just now fell to the ground one by one, stirring up endless crashing sounds. Compared to not long ago, this area had almost changed drastically. The ground was riddled with holes under the ravaging of the violent thunder and was full of potholes. The surrounding buildings, where there should have been glass, were all empty. Even the walls were cracked, with cracks appearing like spider webs. Some of them were even on the verge of collapsing. The vehicles, street lamps, and concrete on the road were all twisted in a disheveled manner. It was as if they had just been hit by a big explosion, and there were scorch marks everywhere. Even the air was filled with the smell of smoke, which was very pungent. Anyone who came here and saw such a scene would definitely suspect that the army of some country had just attacked this place with the flames of war, turning this place into a hellish battlefield. Fortunately, before coming here, Noah, who was fully mentally prepared, had ordered the two people in charge of the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross branches in this city in advance to evacuate the crowd. Only then could Noah let go of his hands and feet and fight to his heart's content. At this moment, in the center of this place that seemed to have been visited by the flames of war, a golden wolf with dazzling golden fur all over its body allowed its body hair to flutter in the wind. One of its forelimbs was forcefully stepping on the chest of an old man who was covered in wounds and blood. Bio's gem-like emerald eyes did not have the ferocity and madness that were unique to other beasts. Bio was like a sacred golden wolf from ancient times, looking down at Warban who was covered in blood. This scene was shockingly beautiful. Warban naturally saw the golden beast that was stepping on his chest with its forelimbs. If it were in the past, Warban would definitely have been enraged by his current sorry state. However, looking at the golden beast standing on his body and looking down at him from above, Warban's expression changed, and he actually seemed to be ecstatic. There's actually such a wolf in this world. The first god that Warban killed was the god of disobedience, who had a close relationship with wolves. And Warban also had an extreme preference for wolves. It was not just a matter of personal preference, but also because before Warban became a god slayer, he had been like a lone wolf, wandering everywhere. He did not care about the beauty of the world, and the only thing left in his heart was the appetite to satisfy his stomach and the lust for battle for fun. Therefore, Warban had a preference for wolves, and he also liked wolves. Under such circumstances, the sacred golden wolf Bio, who was like a king from ancient times, was simply an ideal existence for Warban. Even though he was covered in wounds, Warban still could not move his eyes away from Bio, and he even let out an extremely delighted sound. Boy, so you also have a wolf, so you're also a wolf. So even though you've just reincarnated, you still managed to bite me back. I, Warban, have made the mistake of not being able to see the wolf in my opponent. I'm really old and muddle-headed. Hearing Warban's delighted voice, Noah came in front of Warban. Through Bio's sturdy body, he looked at Warban, whose face was covered in blood, with a calm expression. So you're saying that you admit defeat? Admit defeat? Warban's pale green evil eyes turned to Noah, and he suddenly smiled. That smile was like that of a ferocious beast that had been seriously injured, and it was extremely ferocious. That's right, I'll let you win the first round. Let's start the second round. Hearing this, Noah's eyes narrowed, and without any warning, he stomped on the ground and retreated rapidly. Bio also seemed to have noticed something, and he did not hesitate to give up suppressing Warban. His body burned like flames, and he turned into a stream of light that drew a perfect trajectory in the air, covering Noah's body as he swept into the distance. Hum. At the same time, Warban's body suddenly swelled, and his entire body surged with a frenzied curse power. His entire body exploded in the expansion of the curse power. Dong! With the explosion of Warban's body, all the powerful curse power belonging to the god Slayer turned into monstrous flames that rushed in all directions and instantly covered the surroundings. Amidst the bone-chilling noises, the ground, buildings, and all sorts of existences that were covered by the sea of flames gradually melted like candles that had been burned out. Plumes of thick smoke rose into the sky. A bright stream of light swept across the space, avoiding the oncoming waves of flames. It was not until the spreading waves of flames stopped that the stream of light stopped, allowing Noah and Bio to emerge from the strong light. Bio, who was as tall as Noah and as big as a horse, stood behind Noah like a loyal guard. His beautiful pair of beastly eyes stared at the sea of flames in front of him, and his body was tense, ready to pounce forward at any time. Noah stood in front of Bio with one hand on Bio's neck as if he was comforting him. However, his eyes were also staring straight ahead. There was more or less astonishment in his eyes. That old guy actually detonated his own curse power. Detonated his curse power. In layman's terms, it was self-destruction. Just like lighting a fire in gasoline, Warban detonated the curse power in his body and self-destructed. Of course, after self-destructing, Warban would not be alive. However, Noah did not think that Warban would die just like that. Hence, Noah and Bio both stared at the sea of flames that was constantly burning the ground and buildings in front of them, and the vigilance in their hearts was raised to the highest level. Not long after, there was finally a slight change in the sea of flames. Under the gaze of the man and the beast, a pile of sand suddenly spread out and gathered in front of the sea of flames, condensing into a human figure. How long has it been since I was resurrected like this? The sand that had condensed into a human figure gradually turned into Warban's appearance, and the ancient demon king whose eyes were flickering with a green light was imprinted in Noah's eyes again. I have to say, kid, you've comforted my boredom and brought me satisfaction that is definitely not inferior to fighting the Trinity of Athena. So, whether victory or prey, it's all yours. Of course. A ferocious smile appeared on Warban's face. As compensation, you have to accompany me well. Bio, who was behind Noah, had a fierce look in his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, Noah raised his hand and stopped him. Noah stared at the resurrected Warban. Noticing that Warban wasn't injured at all, Noah spoke indifferently. You're no match for me now, right? The ferocious smile on Warban's face froze. I didn't expect you to have the authority to resurrect, but you don't seem to be able to resurrect without paying a price. Noah seemed to have seen through everything about Warban as he quietly narrated. Your breathing has obviously become a lot more rapid, and your body has fallen into a weakened state. Even your curse power has weakened by more than half. In your current state, you can at most use about 70% of your strength. With that, Noah looked at Warban. And I can even defeat you at your peak. You don't think that you can do anything to me with only 70% of your strength now, do you? Kid, you're still too young. Unexpectedly, not only did Warban not waver, he even sneered. Indeed, I underestimated you before. Your strength is not inferior to mine, and you have this kind of ability as soon as you become a king. Even among all the kings, you're special. But you have to remember, kid, we can't be judged by human standards. Compared to humans and gods, we're more like beasts. For humans, the opponent being seriously injured is a great advantage, but for beasts, being injured only makes them more dangerous and terrifying than before. Warban opened his hands with a fearless smile on his face. Even if my strength is only 70% of my peak, you can look down on me if you want, as long as you're not afraid that I'll bite you later. This time, Noah was silent. At this moment, a voice reverberated. Indeed. As a warrior. Being seriously injured is not a reason to be unable to fight again. Chapter 5:12. Indeed. As a martial artist. Being seriously injured is definitely not a reason for not being able to fight again. Such a voice turned into an echo, and in an instant, it filled the entire embarrassing scene and reached the ears of Noah and Warban. Furthermore, it was a voice that was filled with an awe-inspiring and shocking deterrence that could be detected by anyone. However, it was exceptionally clear and sweet, like the melodious sound of a zither. It was a voice that was pleasing to the eyes and the heart. From this, it could be judged that the owner of this voice was definitely an extremely charming woman. However, when he heard this voice, Warban slightly widened his eyes, revealing a look of disgust that Noah had not seen from the beginning until now. He turned his head and looked at the top of a nearby building. Before Warban turned his head, Noah had already looked in that direction. He saw that at the top of the building, a beautiful figure was standing there. It was definitely not an exaggeration to use the adjective, peerless, to describe an extremely beautiful girl. The girl had jet black hair and was wearing a Han Chinese dress. Outside the Han Chinese dress, there was a top with long sleeves, and a bottom that flowed like a long skirt. It looked very similar to a kimono, but it had an otherworldly and ethereal feeling that a normal kimono would not have. If a word had to be used to describe it, it would be like a fairy's feather weave. The girl wearing this gorgeous dress indeed had the beauty of a fairy. She looked down at Noah and Warban, who were confronting each other, and her red lips moved slightly, letting the beautiful sound of a zither once again reverberate in the surroundings. I've seen a good duel, Marquis, and the foreign Rakshasa king. You're still young, but your martial prowess is not inferior to ours. It's not an exaggeration to praise you as a genius, but we're all kings of the same rank. Even if I'm the undefeated king of martial arts who dominates the martial arts world, it would be too rude to judge you casually. However, I, Luo Zuelian, have acknowledged you, and that's the greatest glory in the world. Undoubtedly, the voice was sweet and clear, and the beautiful girl with black hair exuded an unusually majestic and domineering aura. Even her words were full of grandeur that others did not have, as if no matter what she said, she had a confidence that far surpassed Erica's. Such a beautiful girl appeared at the top of the building in a lofty manner. Noah aside, a fierce light bloomed in Warban's eyes. You're here too. The martial arts king of China. Long time no see, Marquis Warban, the girl stood in the wind and said to Warban in a dignified manner. It was my mistake not to imprint the news of my arrival in this country into your memory in advance, but your duel with the foreign Rakshasa king made my heart surge, so I'll forgive your rudeness. You're still the same as before, so narcissistic that it makes me want to vomit. Perhaps it was because the girl in front of him knew that he was at a disadvantage in the duel with Noah, and that he had even died once, but Warband's originally intellectual appearance became slightly rough, and his words were full of irritation. This allowed Noah to confirm the identity of the beautiful girl. Luo Zuolian, the martial arts king of China. The only supreme martial artist who can contend with Marquis Warband. That's right. The foreign Rakshasa king. Write down my name. It will never be extinguished in your heart. The martial arts king of China turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Noah. My surname is Luo, my name is Zuolian, and my courtesy name is Hao. I am the leader of the Holy Church of China, the undefeated king who reigns at the peak of martial arts, the unparalleled supreme martial artist in the world. My martial arts are unparalleled, and my bravery is unparalleled in the world. In the days to come, you'll definitely recognize this. After Italy's invincible Sword King and the most ancient Devil King, the world's most ferocious devil sect leader finally appeared in front of Noah. He was second only to Warband in terms of age, and was China's God Slayer, who was Warband's enemy. He was the martial arts king who dominated the martial arts world on the land like a sleeping dragon. His martial arts were unparalleled in the world, and no one could compare to him. Luo Hao. It was said that those who had seen the martial arts king had their eyes blinded, and those who had heard the voice of the leader of the martial arts world would have their eardrums pierced. The most ferocious demon. The one and only tyrant. This was the rumor Noah had heard about Luo Hao. The beautiful girl in front of him, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, was that tyrant? If it were not for the fact that he knew that one could not judge a book by its cover, and clearly felt the majesty and domineering aura of the other party, Noah would never believe that this otherworldly-looking girl could be such a ferocious devil sect leader. What are you doing here? Luo Hao. Warband was speechless. Could it be that you're also here for the battle with Athena? I, Luo Hao, have long retreated to the mountains and forests, and I don't care about the world. How can a mere queen of the heavenly realm, who has not yet fully recovered, make me, Luo Hao, reappear in the martial arts world and show off my martial arts? Luo Hao's tone became cold as she said this. However, perhaps it's because I've retreated to the mountains for too long, but now, the reputation of the martial arts king can no longer deter those rascals. If I can't make this demon pay with his life, Luo Hao, am not worthy of being the leader of the Holy Church. Noah frowned. What do you mean by that? I see. Warband rolled his eyes and seemed to understand something. He sneered. Athena went to your territory to look for you and provoked you, so you're here, right? Luo Hao snorted coldly. How dare she barge into my territory and openly provoke me, Luo Zuolian, in front of my followers? Even if she's the former queen of the heavenly realm, I'll cut off her head. Hearing this, Noah finally understood. Just like Warband, Athena had also come to Luo Hao. However, the situation was different from Warband's. If Athena lured Warband to Italy by using the result of fighting with him as bait, then Athena lured Luo Hao here by means of provocation. Although they had just met, Noah was sure that Luo Hao was definitely a person with an extremely high self-esteem, self-confidence, and narcissism. Luo Hao would definitely chase after such an arrogant person as long as she was slightly provoked, even if she had to run to the end of the world. Luo Hao looked at Noah and gave a command directly to Noah. How can I convince my followers if I can't bring Athena's head back to Lushan? You've insulted me, Luo Zuolian. So, Devil King of a foreign country, I heard that you have a god relic that can lure the goddess who insulted me here. Give it to me. Noah narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes when he heard Luo Hao's command. However, before Noah could do anything, another voice broke into the scene. Oh. Have they started fighting? I knew it. A man carrying a crude, mass-produced night sword walked over slowly from far away with such a relaxed voice. He glanced at Noah, Luo Hao, and Warband one after another and laughed heartily. Then, can you count me in as well? Who else could it be apart from Tony? Salbar Tony. The murderous gleam in Warban's eyes grew, but there was a cold smirk on his face. How dare you show up in front of me? Salbar Doni. Luo Hao frowned as if she had thought of something. I see. You're the king who's not mature at all except for his sword skill that's close to mine. Why are you here? Even Noah was stunned. Aren't you in Rome? Isn't it boring over there? Tony replied without hesitation. His face and eyes were surging with battle lust. On the contrary, not only do you have Athena here, but you also have that old man over there. Now, even the wuxia from the east is here. With me here, it's a battle between 4 god slayers. No matter how I look at it, your side is more interesting, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Warban laughed out loud. Great. That's great. All the enemies that I must defeat are here. There's nothing better than this. Are you guys going against my order of pardon? Luo Hao spoke too. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Come on. Come on. Tony carried his sword and shouted excitedly. It's okay if all of you come at me together. Noah forced a smile as he sensed the tension in the air. 4 kings gathered together to kill each other because of Athena's plan. The goddess of wisdom lived up to her name indeed. Chapter 5:13. When Noah, Luo Hao, Warban, and Doni, who stood at the top of the world and were regarded as kings by everyone in the magic world, appeared on the same battlefield and fell into a tense state, Erica and Liliana, who were on the rooftop of a building far away, were dumbfounded. It was definitely rare for the 2 most talented prodigies in Italy to lose their composure like this. However, it wasn't Erica and Liliana's fault because the scene before their eyes was too terrifying. The oldest and most capricious demon king in the world, who could barge into the palace of the former Queen of England for his own pleasure and could also kidnap others to satisfy himself, declaring war on a king. Standing at the top of the Wulin, his martial arts were unparalleled, and no one could defeat him. However, he was the fiercest and most brutal king of Wuxia. Armed with a magical sword, he was simple-minded and could disregard everything for the sake of battle. He might even be willing to plunge the entire Italy into turmoil. Also, he was the new king who had recently been reincarnated and had the ability to defeat the King of Sword, the oldest demon king, and was recognized by the leader of the Wulin Alliance of China. He was the new king who had brought huge losses to Italy. Putting aside how the 4 of them felt, from the perspective of Erica and Liliana, who knew about their glorious deeds, it was as if the 4 most terrifying demon kings in the world had gathered together and were ready to turn the world upside down. Erica. Liliana's expression could only be described as dull. What should we do? What do you mean? Erica laughed bitterly. We can only stop them, right? The duel between 2 kings had already led to all kinds of consequences, not to mention 4 kings fighting in a melee. Erica had no doubt that once the 4 of them went all out, this city would definitely be razed to the ground, and even the surrounding cities would be affected, causing turmoil in the entire Italy. Naturally, Liliana understood this as well. But how should we stop them? Erica was at a loss for words. How? How could they stop them? There were only 7 kings in the world. Now, 4 of the 7 kings had gathered together and were about to engage in a chaotic battle. Unless the remaining 3 kings came together and stood on the same side, no one could stop all of this. But let's not talk about whether the remaining 3 kings were here or not. Even if they were found, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't really form a battle line to stop those 4 people. Instead, they would join in and cause more trouble, right? After all, at the end of the day, the God Slayers were just a bunch of troublemakers, right? 4 kings, and such special ones at that. Erica couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Could it be that the end of the world will come true in the hands of those 4 people? With that, a voice answered Erica's complaint. I don't know if the 4 kings can cause the end of the world, but if this continues, the end of Italy may really come. As she said that, a young girl appeared on the rooftop not far from Erica and Liliana without warning. Her delicate, pretty face was filled with worry. Seeing this young lady, Erica and Liliana were both stunned. Princess Alice. Greetings, both of you. Princess Alice, who used to maintain the elegant demeanor of a noble lady, only had a wry smile on her face at this moment. Like the two of you, I think that this situation still has to be stopped. Otherwise, not to mention whether the world will usher in the end, Italy will definitely become very terrible. Your Highness, don't the Sage Parliament have any countermeasures? Liliana stepped forward and asked anxiously. Your Highness, the Sage Parliament specializes in researching the God Slayers, right? They should have a countermeasure, right? If it were the other kings, there might be a way, but among the 4 kings here, His Excellency Noah, Marquis Warban, and cult leader Luo Hao are also here, so it's a little difficult, Alice said worriedly. Our Sage Parliament's research on the God Slayers began in the latter half of the 19th century, and Marquis Warban and cult leader Luo Hao both became ancient demon kings of the God Slayers before that. Currently, the recorded information about the authority of these 2 kings is still lacking. Without enough information, we can't deal with it. His Excellency Noah has only recently become king, so there's also insufficient information about his authority. Upon hearing that, Erica and Liliana looked at each other. There's no other way. Erica sighed. Although this is suspected of betraying the king, in the current situation, it's better to reveal it. Princess Alice, we know about the authority of the king beside us. Liliana understood. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to reveal it. That king has 2 authorities. One is the ability of the 10 avatars that he usurped from Wells Lana, the god of victory, and the other is the control of the storm, lightning, and sky that he usurped from god King Mekhl. The ability of the 10 avatars and the control of the storm, lightning, and sky? Alice, who had no idea that Liliana had given the wrong information, pondered and then shook her head. Forget about the control of the storm, lightning, and sky, but since His Excellency Noah has usurped the ability of the 10 avatars of Wells Lana, then there should be quite serious restrictions and conditions for using the 10 avatars. The restrictions should be that they can only be used once in a certain period of time. And if all 10 avatars are usurped, there will definitely be conditions for using them. It's not surprising that there are conditions like under which avatar can be used. Without knowing these conditions in advance, there will be limited countermeasures. As expected of the former chairman of the Sage Parliament who specialized in studying the God Slayers. She had a full understanding of all aspects of the authority of the God Slayer. But it was a pity that for Noah, an existence who was out of the norm, this understanding was specially used to break through. At this moment, the distressed Liliana's expression suddenly froze, and a dim light glowed in her eyes. Divine spark. Cut. Golden sword. Seeing Liliana suddenly murmur absent-mindedly, Alice and Erica were pleasantly surprised. Spirit vision. Erica's eyes lit up. Liliana must have gotten some hint. As soon as she finished speaking, the dim light in Liliana's eyes disappeared, and her expression became joyful. Princess. Erica. I saw it. If we want to stop this disaster, we can only rely on the golden sword. The king's golden sword. The sword of gold. Both Alice and Erica were stunned. Among the 10 avatars of Wells Lana, there is the avatar of the human warrior holding the golden sword. That sword can cut through the divine spark and seal the authority of the God Slayer, Liliana quickly explained. My spirit vision saw the image of the king using the golden sword to seal the authority of Marquis Warban, Hierarch Luo Hao, and Sarbar, and defeat the other 3 kings in one fell swoop. Defeating 3 kings in one go. Alice drew in a breath of cold air. Even Erica couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Liliana, you're kidding, right? It can't be wrong. That king has the power to defeat the other 3 kings in one fell swoop. Liliana said solemnly. It's just that to use this power, one needs to understand the target of the authority that the kings have usurped. Otherwise, it can't be used. Alice and Erica finally let out a sigh of relief. If there was really such a trump card that could be used at will, then Noah would be too terrifying. Fortunately, there were conditions for using it. If that's the case, then we might be able to stop it. Alice was overjoyed. If His Excellency Noah defeats all the other 3 kings, then we can avoid the losses caused by the continuation of the battle. But that king shouldn't know the authority of the other 3 kings that well, right? Erica couldn't help but ask. Because Sarbar is the leader of the Alliance of Italy, the Italian magic associations basically know the true form of the king's authority. But what about the authority of Marquis Warban and Hierarch Luohao? Our sage council has so far confirmed 4 of the Marquis' authority, Alice said. My spirit vision also saw the 2 most commonly used authority of Hierarch Luohao, Liliana quickly said. Then, Erica said subconsciously. How should we tell this information to the king? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Chapter 5:14. Chi. 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 The sea of fire with an astonishingly high temperature continued to burn the surroundings of the battlefield, melting the buildings like candles. Everything that was caught in the sea of fire was reduced to scorched earth. At the edge of the sea of fire, 4 people with flame-like curse power were standing in 4 different positions, confronting each other. The air was filled with a terrifying sense of oppression, which was even more creepy than the sea of fire. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Noah's gaze swept across Warban, Luohao, and Doni, and he felt a little helpless. Noah really did not expect that Athena would lure Warban, Luohao, and even Doni in order to get the Stone of Gorgon, and start a big battle around him. Could it be that the goddess had actually lured the rest of the gods' layers over? And would they jump out like this later? Noah could not help but have such a thought. But no matter what, it was now a situation where throwing away the Gorgon stone would not end the dispute. Although Warban verbally acknowledged Noah's victory and gave him the Gorgon stone, which originally belonged to Noah as a trophy, but if Noah handed over the Gorgon stone, Warban, who wanted to fight with Athena, would not hesitate to snatch it. Not to mention Luohao, because of Athena's provocation, the extremely narcissistic Wuxia king went straight to Noah and wanted Noah to hand over the Gorgon stone in order to make Athena take the initiative to find her. Presumably, no matter who got the Gorgon stone, Luohao would keep snatching it until she got it. As for Doni, he was a fool. Even without Athena, if he knew that Warban and Luohao's goal was the Gorgon stone, he would have happily snatched the stone from Noah's hands and shouted loudly, "Take me down if you want it." In short, the scene had become extremely chaotic, and it was basically all in Athena's favor. If Warban snatched the Gorgon stone from Noah, he would not mind giving it to Athena, because he would only fight with Athena at full strength. And with Luohao, with her self-esteem, all Athena had to do was say something like, "As the king of the martial arts world, do you want to fight with me who has not yet fully recovered?" And that would definitely provoke Luohao. After all, for Luohao, if she had something that could restore the enemy to full strength, and the enemy could not fully recover because of it, then she would be taking advantage of the situation. In this way, Luohao, with her high self-esteem and narcissism, would definitely give the Gorgon stone to Athena, and let Athena recover to fight with her. Right? Doni, for the same reason Warban. In other words, among the people present, except for Noah, as long as the rest of them obtained the Gorgon stone, they would eventually return to Athena. Only Noah would not care whether Athena would fully recover or not, and choose the most effective way to deal with Athena. It could only be said that Athena was really the goddess of wisdom. A group of problematic children, all of them are here. What did I do wrong? Noah rubbed his eyebrows and looked around at the other 3 of his kind. After a while, he finally made a decision. Hey, idiot, Noah said to Doni, who was not far away. Compared to a free-for-all, you should prefer a one-on-one duel, right? That's true. Although a free-for-all is good, a one-on-one duel is more satisfying. Doni was startled, but he immediately reacted. Hey, what do you mean by idiot? Then how about we form a temporary team? Noah ignored Doni's protest and said without hesitation. One for each of us, a fair duel, no problem, right? Oh. Doni raised his eyebrows, glanced at Warban and Luo Hao, and then laughed. Two of the oldest demon kings versus two of the youngest demon kings. Interesting, isn't it? You two brats, are you going to beat me? Warban's evil eyes flashed with green light. I don't mind playing with you guys. You have to be clear, I, Luo Hao, and Warban are enemies, and we will never join forces to fight against the two Rakshasa kings. Luo Hao said without hesitation. It's your honor to fight with me, Luo Hao. My bravery is unparalleled in the world. Even if the two of you attack me together, Luo Zuelian will show off her martial arts skills that can rival thousands of soldiers and horses, and leave the mark of defeat on your bodies. Don't misunderstand, we don't mean to let you join forces, it's just a one-on-one duel. Noah glanced at Luo Hao. It's only fair to duel under equal conditions, but if the conditions aren't equal, then even if you show off your bravery, you won't be able to show off your spirit. Although I'm not from your hometown, I know that you Chinese respect your opponent's spirit of martial arts. Noah smiled indifferently. The unparalleled leader of Wulin, the invincible king of Wuxia, let me take a good look at your spirit. Ha! Luo Hao smiled for the first time since she appeared, and that smile was truly beautiful. As the king of a foreign country, you have some knowledge of the martial arts ethics of our Chinese Wulin. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, as long as you have the heart of a Wulin, you're worthy of my respect. Very well, as the supreme of the Wulin, let me experience the martial arts skills of the king of a foreign country. After she finished speaking, the spell power around Luo Hao vibrated, and Luo Hao suddenly disappeared on the spot. Roar! Almost at the same time, Bio, who had been guarding behind Noah, let out a high-pitched and beautiful roar towards the sky, turning the roar into a substantial shockwave that shook in all directions. Peng 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 peng. Wherever the shockwave passed, the ground suddenly burst open and shattered. After fusing with the incarnation of Mountain Boar, Bio not only gained attack power and destructive power, but also the ability to send out shockwaves. When combined with Crush, the shockwave sent out by Bio could shatter everything in the world, just like Donnie's unstoppable magic sword. There was nothing that couldn't be shattered. Under such circumstances, the shockwave that shook out directly shattered everything in its path, including the ground, gravel, and even the airflow, and spread out. At this time, Luo Hao's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the shockwave. Obviously, Luo Hao was going to directly attack Noah. However, Noah noticed it and let Bio send out a shockwave that could shatter everything, forcing Luo Hao out. Well done, foreign Rakshasa king, then I don't need to be polite. Looking at the incoming shockwave, Luo Hao took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted out coldly. Last year, I fought Sang Gan Yuan. This year, I fought Song He, I washed the soldiers of Karak Spa Xinu, I let the horses loose in the snow of Tian Shan, I fought in the Long March, the three armies all aged, that was the spirit of words that sounded like a song. Who? The language spirit that transformed into a beautiful song carried a strong gust of wind, blowing away everything around Luo Hao. Xiongnu slaughter for farming, since ancient times, only white bones can be seen in the yellow sand field. The Qin family built a city to hide, the Han family still has the fire of war, the fire of war burns endlessly, there is no time for war. As Luo Hao's voice continued to reverberate, the strong wind gradually turned into a gale. The gale gradually turned into a storm, spreading out like the shockwave that was blowing towards them. Fighting to death in the field, the defeated horse cries to the heavens, the crow pecks people's intestines, flies up to the withered branches, the shockwave that could shatter everything suddenly collided with the storm that was expanding in all directions. Dong! With a trembling sound, the two shockwave-like waves collided with each other, and like a tide that surged towards a reef, they crazily slammed against each other. The shockwave that could shatter everything shattered the oncoming storm. However, the storm seemed to be endless, turning into a solid barrier that guarded in front of Luo Hao. Soldiers are reckless, generals are empty, they know that soldiers are lethal weapons, saints have no choice but to use them. Luo Hao's aura became more and more intense, and the curse power on her body became more and more violent, causing the storm to continuously blow. Ha! At a certain moment, Luo Hao suddenly shouted. The storm that was blowing towards them suddenly exploded. Dong! A terrifying shockwave shook the air. Chapter 5:15. Boom! It was like a star in the universe had exploded. Although there was no intense fire, the shockwave that could shatter everything and the storm that shook out along with the ballad turned into the most direct collision, violently surging in all directions. Bang! 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 Wherever the shock wave passed, whether it was the ground, obstacles, or buildings, everything was blasted apart in a muffled sound. They were smashed into pieces and carried away by the shock wave like flying ash, striking in all directions like a tornado. Looking down from above, one would see that the two shock waves that were colliding with each other suddenly exploded, as if trying to take away the shock wave that could shatter everything. The two shock waves mixed together and vibrated in all directions. Under such circumstances, a terrifyingly huge crater was formed in a short span of 2 to 3 seconds. Although it was not as big as the huge crater created by Noah a while ago, this huge crater was still hundreds of meters wide. The surrounding high-rise buildings and residential buildings were all blown away. It was extremely violent. Luo Hao and Warban were obviously not the same type of Godslayer. Even though Warban also had a stormy wind and raging waves that could turn an entire city into a hell ravaged by violent thunder, tornadoes, and torrential rain, causing great destruction, Warban generally preferred to use the three authorities of Sodom's Pupil, Pack of Greedy Wolves, and Servant of Death's Cage. After all, as long as he had the Sodom's Pupil, he could deal with the small fries easily. The Pack of Greedy Wolves and the Servant of Death's Cage could both summon Warban's servants and make them his servants. Warban only needed to wait for his hounds and servants to complete the task he gave them. He did not need to waste time and effort to do it himself. In addition, these three authorities were not the kind that focused on destruction. Therefore, unless Warban deliberately carried out destruction himself, it would generally not cause much damage. But Luo Hao was different. The leader of the Eastern Wulin obviously focused more on the two aspects of power and destruction. Being paired with Noah was simply the worst match between the two kings of destruction. Alice, Erica, and Liliana were right to be worried. If these two invincible kings of destruction were allowed to continue fighting, then the city and even the whole of Italy might really be finished. Not to mention that Warban and Doni were also there. Woo dash. At this moment, Warban had transformed into a huge werewolf again. He let out a ferocious roar and pounced in Tony's direction. Are you hurt? Tony's sword-wielding hand had already turned into a steel-like luster. Looking at the giant wolf pouncing at him, he seemed to be able to see through Warban's condition with a single glance. Seriously, that guy Noah actually threw such a dangerous guy to me. It seemed that Tony also understood how dangerous the God Slayer was when he was injured. However, Tony still carried his knight sword that was surrounded by a large amount of curse power and charged forward without hesitation. Like a brave hunter facing a ferocious beast, the man and the wolf engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the collision between Noah and Luo Hao's shockwaves continued. Bang! 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 The two shockwaves kept colliding with each other, not to be outdone, causing the space in front of Noah and Luo Hao to be filled with continuous explosions and violent gusts of wind. The space was on the verge of collapsing. Although Bio's shockwaves could shatter everything, every time they shattered Luo Hao's shockwaves, Luo Hao would immediately sing a new ballad and set off a new shockwave. It was as if she was building the strongest invisible barrier, firmly blocking Noah's shockwaves that could shatter everything. However, in this way, the shockwaves set off by Luo Hao's ballad could not break through Noah's shockwaves that could shatter everything and reach Noah. It's really surprising, foreign Rakshasa king. I didn't expect that my dragon roar and tiger roar technique would not have any effect. This is the first time. Although she said this, Luo Hao felt happy from the bottom of her heart. A beautiful smile appeared on her flower-like beautiful face. With that said, Luo Hao's tall and slender body overflowed with a large amount of curse power. The pinnacle of martial arts is the combination of strength and skill. Luo Hao's sweet and clear voice reverberated in the air. I, Luo Hao, am the supreme master of martial arts under the heavens. There is no one in the martial arts world who doesn't know of my martial arts. I already have the strongest skill, and the Vajra divine art that I stole from the gods also gives me the ultimate strength. Therefore, with the ultimate combination of strength and skill, Luo Zuelian can become an unparalleled martial artist in the world. Foreign Rakshasa king, come and experience my, Luo Hao's, pinnacle of martial arts. Saying such a sentence, Luo Hao lightly lifted her foot and stepped forward. Bang! In an instant, the instant Luo Hao's foot landed, the ground that she stepped on exploded with a loud rumble, causing radioactive cracks to spread out, almost shattering the entire ground. Then, Luo Hao spat out a word. Quick! With that said, Luo Hao disappeared from her place. Seeing this, Noah's pupils shrank and almost subconsciously took a step back. Swish! At this moment, Luo Hao suddenly appeared in front of Noah. She raised her palm and waved it out. As if something heavy directly hit the air, Luo Hao's palm actually made the air burst with a sonic boom and fell on the position where Noah was standing a second ago. Noah had no doubt that if Luo Hao's palm hit his body, then it would definitely be like being hit by the super high-level destruction magic, crush, and his whole body would explode into a mass of minced meat. Usurping the authority from the gods, Vajra Herculean divine arts, plus my own unique skill, 12 flying phoenix divine palms, this is the pinnacle of Luo Zuelian's martial arts. You can try to block it. After saying that, Luo Hao raised her pair of soft, fair, and beautiful palms. She rushed forward and slapped Noah, who had taken a step back, once again. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 giant dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power to slay dragons. At the moment when Luo Hao made her move, Noah, who was already mentally prepared, also focused his eyes. The stone plate in his heart turned to the pattern of the Dragon Man, and used the Dragon Man incarnation, letting the majestic power of the curse sweep out from his body. His body tensed up, and turned into a powerful physique comparable to that of a giant dragon. Then, Noah clenched his fist, and all the power in his body poured into his clenched fist. Instead of retreating, he went forward and faced the incoming terrifying palm with a punch. Noah's heavy fist and Luo Hao's palm collided in the next moment, stirring up a fierce wind and a muffled sound that made people's hearts shrink. Under the Dragon Man incarnation, Noah could obtain a body comparable to that of a giant dragon and go beyond intuition and wildness, which could be called a divine fighting ability. Luo Hao said that she had the ultimate strength and skill, which was the so-called Vajra Herculean divine arts and 12 flying phoenix divine palms. With the divine fighting ability, Noah's skill should be able to match Luo Hao's skill. However, Luo Hao's strength seemed to be superior to Noah's strength, with a body comparable to that of a giant dragon. At that moment, Noah only felt a terrifying force pass from Luo Hao's palm through her fist and into his body, making Noah feel as if he was hit by something. His body trembled, and he stepped back again and again. Ha! At this time, Luo Hao was not going to let him go. The power of the curse in her palms rose crazily. She stepped out with her left foot, and her body was in a semicircle. Her right palm was like a long whip, fiercely pressing towards Noah's chest. Shio! Under the influence of the terrifying power, Luo Hao's palm strike tore apart the air and the ground, and it also drew a mysterious trajectory, as fast as lightning falling towards Noah's chest, bringing with it a deep sound that pierced the eardrums. Chapter 5:16. Whoosh! Her slender palm carried an extremely terrifying power. Amidst the sharp sound of a sonic boom, she ruthlessly pressed her palm against Noah's chest without hesitation. Noah, who had already fought with Luo Hao before, knew that even if he used the incarnation of the Dragon Man, and had a body comparable to that of a giant dragon, his own strength was still no match for the authority of Luo Hao's Vajra Vigor technique. That should be the same as the incarnation of the giant, which could bring the user a terrifying and monstrous strength, right? Although it was not as exaggerated as the incarnation of the giant, Luo Hao's Vajra Vigor technique was obviously very terrifying. That monstrous strength, if it hit a building, it would probably shatter the entire building. The main thing that the incarnation of the Dragon Man strengthened was not the arm strength, but the physique, close combat, and the ability to slay dragons. It was simply no match for the Vajra Vigor technique, which only strengthened the arm strength. After all, the Dragon Man incarnation could only show its horror when dealing with dragon-type creatures. This made Noah once think of changing to the incarnation of the giant, but he immediately gave up on that idea. If Noah used the incarnation of the giant, then the giant, which combined the power of the two highest-level gods, would definitely only be above Luo Hao, who used the Vajra Vigor technique. There was absolutely no reason for it to be weaker. However, in that way, Noah would also lose the divine skill of the Dragon Man incarnation, which was far more powerful than intuition and wildness. He would lose the skill that could match Luo Hao. Only at this time could Noah realize how terrifying Luo Hao's martial arts were. At least, after Luo Hao used the 12 Flying Phoenix palm, Noah would sometimes even be dazed by the miraculous trajectory of the white palms, and almost lose his ability to react. To be able to withstand Luo Hao's palm, it was completely dependent on the divine skill of the Dragon Man incarnation, which was far more powerful than intuition and wildness. It allowed Noah's body to naturally react, and he used his extraordinary intuition and wildness to block Luo Hao's palm strike. Therefore, once Noah deactivated his draconian form, he would lose his instincts and wildness that were no different from foresight. He would definitely be struck by Luo Hao's palm and at the very least, be severely injured. So, Noah gave up on the idea of removing the Draconid avatar. Instead, he used enhanced magic. Clang! Magic patterns that looked like electric wires immediately climbed up Noah's arm and strengthened Noah's arm strength. Whoosh! Luo Hao's palm strike struck towards Noah's chest with an irresistible force, like a hot knife through butter. Under the control of his extraordinary intuition and wild nature, Noah's body once again reacted naturally. It was as if he knew the path of Luo Hao's palm, as if he could predict the future. He rotated his hand into a fist and punched out. Chi! Noah's punch didn't have too much momentum, but that punch also brought about a violent whirlwind, as if it was covered with a glove made of wind, and it loudly collided with Luo Hao's palm strike. Bang! The heavy fist and the ethereal palm collided heavily once again, causing the terrifying power that permeated the air to sweep out at the same time. It was like a needle against an awl, neither giving way to the other, crazily attacking the other's body. Bang! The ground where Noah and Luo Hao were standing was directly shattered by the violent collision between the two. Huge cracks spread out from under the two people's feet to the entire deep pit. After using enhanced magic to strengthen himself, Noah's strength finally managed to barely keep up with Luo Hao's strength. Good. Luo Hao said excitedly. It seemed that her fighting spirit had finally been aroused. Not only was her whole body filled with a terrifying curse power, but she also rose with an imposing manner that looked down on the world. In the next moment, Luo Hao's palm strike abruptly stopped. Just as one palm was retracted halfway, the other hand turned into a palm and struck out with a whistling sound. It brought along afterimages and ear-piercing sonic booms as it shrouded Noah as fast as lightning. The palm wind that was filled with a frightening strength blew onto Noah's body, causing the clothes on Noah's body to tightly stick to his body. A pair of delicate white hands that were incomparably frightening were rapidly magnified in his eyes. This wild and violent attack caused a ruthless expression to appear in Noah's eyes. He clenched his right fist tightly and threw it out punch after punch. Swish, 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 swish. The sky was suddenly filled with fist shadows and palm shadows, all with astonishing power, and rushed out like a storm. Peng, 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 peng. The fist shadow and the palm shadow collided with each other in an overwhelming manner, causing waves of impact and explosions. This caused the entire ground to tremble violently at this moment. Some of the gravel even directly exploded into powder under the impact of the strong wind and scattered, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Dong! In the huge pit filled with dust and fog, the ground was once again unable to bear the burden and collapsed. Immediately after, two figures flew out from the smoke and dust that filled the air. The soles of their feet brushed against the ground, drawing a gully that was over 100 meters long before they stabilized their figures. However, neither Noah nor Luo Hao moved their eyes away from each other for a moment. Even though there was a thick layer of smoke and a distance of over 100 meters, it was as if they could still see each other's eyes, flashing with a terrifying expression. After more than 200 years, I, Luo Zuelian, finally met someone who can truly match me in martial arts. Luo Hao's sweet and clear voice was full of excitement, making people clearly feel the excitement in her heart. Rakshasa king of a foreign country, if you were born in my land of China, then you would definitely be able to become a martial arts master who can compete with me for the position of the Wulin Alliance. Thinking of this, Luo Zuelian's heart surged, wishing that she was born in the same era as you. Those who were familiar with Luo Hao would definitely be shocked by Luo Hao's words. How many years has it been since Luo Hao acknowledged someone like this? However, regarding Luo Hao's acknowledgement, Noah shook his head. No, it's impossible for me to compete with you in terms of martial arts. You should be able to see that the reason I can compete with you in close combat is because of the power brought by authority. I don't have any skills that can truly match you. This was the truth. If it was swordsmanship, Noah, who has been training his swordsmanship since childhood, may be able to compete with Luo Hao. But in terms of fighting skills other than swordsmanship, Noah only learned martial arts, fighting, karate, taekwondo, and even military physical skills after entering the world of the Dark Bullet for more than a year. Naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with Luo Hao, who has been practicing martial arts for at least 200 years. To be able to fight with Luo Hao like that, it was entirely relying on the intuition and wild divine skills brought by the Dragon Man. His body naturally used those skills, and it was not the fighting skills that Noah learned himself. Don't belittle yourself. Luo Hao shook her head. My Vajra divine art is also the authority that was usurped from God, so I have the ultimate strength. So, even if your skills were also taken from God, it has now become your strength, that is yours. Saying so, the smile on Luo Hao's face became even more lovely and sweet. If you can't let it go, then take a look at the true essence of my Vajra divine art. Around Luo Hao's body, the blazing curse power began to rise, making Luo Hao's body rise up like a mirage. One strength defeats 10 skills, one strength suppresses 10 skills, one kick has the strength of 1,000 caddies, one foot settles the earth. With the help of the ballad-like words, the mirage-like illusion gradually became clear. My Vajra divine art not only can give me the ultimate arm strength, it can also summon the Vajra warriors to fight for me. As if to prove the authenticity of Luo Hao's words, two bald giants with a serious expression and exaggerated bulging muscles appeared in front of Luo Hao, emitting golden light. Come. Foreign Rakshasa King. It's time for you and me to decide who is better. Let's decide the winner with one blow. As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, the two Vajra warriors stepped forward at the same time. With a roar, they stepped on the ground and assumed a sumo posture, glaring at Noah. Seeing this, the corner of Noah's mouth slowly hooked up. In the next moment, a huge amount of curse power gushed out from his body. With pleasure. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.